Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, girls, we are back. We are here. We're queer. We're fabulous. Hello. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. Okay, now let's go ahead and pause that beautiful music. I came prepared. I'm a little overwhelmed with how many Google links I have in my Google Drive document right now. So I'm going to try to do this to the best of my ability because this is a special interest of mine. So I am going to just let my autism run loose today. But in case you're new to my channel, and I'll probably say this a few times throughout the stream, my name is Brittany Simon. I'm a content creator here on YouTube full time. We do philosophy through pop culture. And I'm going to explain to you why I'm in this picture with ContraPoint, Shoe on Head, Lindsay Endless, Dan, and H Bomber guy, Dan Olson. Okay, I'm gonna explain to you why I'm in this fucking picture. And I'm going to explain to you why I'm that very autistic girly who somehow knows everybody and is nobody. And it's the greatest position I want to be in. I like to think of my work, and my audience knows this, as sort of like content for the behind the scenes researchers. Okay, that's kind of like how I want to have this conversation. Very matter of fact, very analytical, and very much not about attacking people, because every criticism I'm going to bring up today, honestly, you guys are more than happy to use it against me because I think I should be called out for a lot of the problematic content I've made over the years. But since we do philosophy through pop culture, I think a big part of this is I have a fundamental belief that all of us are just evolved animals on a planet, and expecting people to be perfect is like the first mistake. So I want to make an argument today that BreadTube isn't dying. It was dead from the start. I want to make an argument that parasocial relationships on the internet are everywhere, not just between YouTubers and audience members, but between politicians and constituents. I want to make the argument that all of us are mentally unwell and dysfunctional, but some of us actually get healthier. I do think I am on the healthier side amongst other content creators, but I haven't always been. And I think I have evidence that I went from unhealthy to healthy. But I think that no matter how you make content, the moment you interact with more than one person, it's going to run the risk of being toxic, and most likely will be. And that's because group dynamics are difficult with people, right? So I have a bunch of receipts and stories I've never told and conversations I want to have today. But, if new people come into chat today, maybe my audience can just remind them that, humans are going to human. I'm not really trying to go for anybody, but I think I am very critical of the perception of the people, how they think about themselves as content creators like Contra and Lindsay Ellis. And also how we maintain relationships or uphold the patriarchy or stand by misogynists and predators like Abba and Kyla, because at the end of the day, it's hard for us to imagine that we were friends with really bad people, or it's hard for us to imagine that really bad people can have such good parts of them. And we should talk about it, right? I also think my reputation on the internet, I don't know how people see me, but people usually don't talk about me that much. But when they do, they're either very confused by my content or they really like me. I feel like I know everybody, but I'm not popular. I've been on YouTube since day one, but I was never legendary OG, right? And a big part of that was because I was going through a mental health crisis. I didn't know who I was, and I was figuring it out. And I didn't have the kind of trajectory that other YouTubers have, which I love that for them, but I did not have this trajectory. I'll show you in a graph. Give me a second. I did not have the kind of YouTube trajectory that a lot of YouTubers had, where as their success on YouTube went up, their mental health went down, but at least they were making money. Yeah, that wasn't me, girl. As long as my mental health is declining, I'm not making nothing, okay? For me, I had to go to therapy and do philosophical work and stabilize before I could ever make this my full-time job. But there is a correlation, and I've been saying this for years, between mentally unwell content creators and their trajectory for success, whether it's Trisha Paytas, ContraPoints, or Destiny. There is a huge correlation between a certain type of unwell and a certain type of success. And I think for a lot of us that try to maintain our peace, for a lot of us that try to maintain our sanity, like the Cat Blacks, I think we do a pretty good job of holding ourselves accountable and maintaining like a touch grass philosophy. Okay, so, you know, you'll hear me talk a lot of positivity about like Cat Black and FD and a lot of really good people that I've interacted with online. But then you'll hear me be a little bit more critical, right, about the other people that I've interacted with, because again, I think ego is playing a huge role in this. So Cavernacle, who you guys know, I've been watching Cavernacle now. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know when I came upon his content, but I literally have been so obsessed. His content is so good, and I've just really, really enjoyed it. And I think a big reason why I've been enjoying it so much, it's because it's very matter of fact. It's really well researched. I love the way he talks about topics, and he just made this really great video about BreadTube. And what was cool about Cavernacle's video, and I'm going to show you a part of it, and then we're going to use his video to have a larger conversation. So today's stream is going to be a long time because I got a lot of receipts to show you. Okay. Cavernacle makes really great content because somehow in this video, he wasn't even involved in any capacity, but read the room so perfectly. I am so impressed with how he read BreadTube without even knowing it. So I really like him. And I hope there's nothing bad going on behind the scenes with him, because I've really enjoyed his content. I watch every, video he puts out. I wish him nothing but success. And he's been very pro-Palestine, very vocal, raising money, doing charities. And he makes a lot of really, really, really great points in this video. So let's start with his video. And then I'm going to explain to you my history with the scene. And then I'm going to explain to you why, after all of these years, I fully have come to the conclusion that groups of people, including Elon and Trump, are all dysfunctional and unwell. And the only chance for anything good to happen is all of us to go to therapy and get better, because we are so unhealed and we are rising to prominence or being seen as leaders when we haven't even started to have a relationship with ourselves. And I think it's showing up in our work and in the defensiveness over Israel and Palestine, right? Like, trust me, we're traumatized. So let's start with this video. So Cavernacle, this is 24 minutes into their video. ContraPoints is the section, okay? ContraPoints. And of course, guys, if you have any comments or questions, ask. I'm here to just be like really transparent and have a conversation. Okay, so if yes, click mentality. This is high school. Look, adulthood is high school with money. Okay, say it with me. Adulthood is high school with money. And if this was a school, I'm the nerdy kid who spends all her time in the library, but for some reason is invited to all the parties and I don't know why I'm there. Okay? So Trump, Elon, Contra, everybody on the internet, it is high school with money. And that is all of the world, all of your world leaders, every global crisis, the genocide happening to Palestinians is literally men's egos. And this is why it's so dangerous for us not to heal, not to get better, not to go to therapy, not to figure out our beliefs, because it shows up in real life matters. Real life is impacted because you won't go to therapy. And it's really gross. And I think I see this in Contra so heavily, but if I'm wrong, you guys can call me out. Okay, here's Cavernacle.
In the first place. So, like I said, the BreadTube subreddit is seriously debating whether they should completely ban ContraPoints posts because of what she's been saying about Palestine recently. So a lot of BreadTubers, not just the ones we're talking about, they don't say anything. Maybe they'll share a little meme here and there. Maybe they'll share a little meme about the IDF, share some posts maybe about, Jeremy Corbyn made a speech. But ContraPoints has actually spoke about some of this. And there's just like tweet exchanges I've seen her been making. And this is the one that prompted the controversy originally. So she replied to someone saying, "I'm not defending Russia in any way, but the US is a white settler colony that is currently bankrolling another colony's ethnic cleansing. If that isn't uniquely evil in 2025, and I don't know what is. Killing 60,000 people is probably the worst atrocity of the last 2 years, but in the scope of modern history, it is unfortunately far from unique. I'm not going to debate the death toll with you, but you very well know there's a uniquely racial component to the Palestinian genocide. It is by far the most extreme example of white supremacy in the 21st century. Without making any excuses for what Israel is doing or has done, I don't think white supremacy is the best framework for understanding the ideology behind it." So beyond maybe the contrarian nature of discussing this, why people are mad at that is because she says, and this is in the middle of June 2025, that 60,000 people have been killed in Gaza. This number is so outdated. Bernie Sanders has been saying similar. I remember when it was at 40,000 officially. Everyone was saying 40,000. And there's been reports, I think, that are nearly a year old, that have said it's over 100,000 and it's probably closer to 200,000. So people are mad because they're like, how can you say 60,000? Like, you know it's higher than that. Saying that is just playing into the US government's official tallies and just basically helping whitewash the crimes.
And FYI, chat's asking about ContraPoints' Reddit post. We're going to go over it. So it coincides with what I want to talk about today. I'm going to go over a lot today, guys. So if you've missed anything that's happened, I'm going to go over it.
And even saying that like it's the worst crime of the last 2 years, I mean, what was the one 2 years ago that was worse? Like, obviously what Russia has been doing in Ukraine is absolutely terrible, but even compared to that, more children have been killed in Palestine, right? And in terms of like percentages of a population that have been devastated by an invading army, Palestine is worse. And what we're seeing in Palestine in terms of just a complete war.
And I'm not a big fan of comparing suffering. What we're doing is we're zooming out and zooming in on the lens of understanding how somebody like Contra, who was so left, could be basically centrist now. And the same way I've been warning you about Hassan, don't think Hassan couldn't be a conservative. Remember when Hassan said, guys, Ethan's never going to be a conservative. He's not going to do that. And now, well, he might not be Tucker Carlson, but let's talk about it, right? Chet says ContraPoints is going full liberal millennial. You never go full liberal millennial. Let me tell you, a big part of my theory around this is a specific kind of millennial trauma. And I know this as a 36-year-old person. I'm telling you right now, it's so millennial core. It's outrageous. I cannot wait. I'm so excited to talk to you about this. But let Cavernacle set up the situation.
War on civilians is the worst thing of this century. Indisputable at this point. There has been loads of terrible shit, of course. Iraq, Afghanistan, all these other terrible wars, genocides around the world. I would say this is by far the worst one. And white supremacy is the perfect framework to understand it. The only thing I would say is you adapt it, and I would say it's Western chauvinism, white supremacy. So it's not specifically about the whiteness of the skin, but it's pretty clear Israel's ideology around its colonialism is heavily influenced by white settler nations like the United States. And we view ourselves now with the Judeo-Christians. We are the West. The West might not be completely pale-skinned, but it's still ran by primarily white people, and we see Israel as part of that. There's a reason their propaganda...
Ches says the Obama delusion. I don't know if you're referencing the millennialness of it, but even Contra doing a collaboration with Hillary Clinton, like listen, Natalie has made it clear she's working with or open to working with the establishment. And I want to explain the differences between... there's that, when I grew up, there was that saying, when you're liberal, when you're young, you're a liberal, and when you're old, you're a conservative. And in the conservative bubble I was raised in, that saying was meant to make conservatives sound wise. Like, oh yes, when you get older, you're wiser, so you're conservative. No, as you age, you become more stagnant. No, you get more stagnant. That's the point, is like, when you age, you don't get more wise unless you do the work. You just become more stagnant. This is what happened with TYT. It's what could happen with Hassan or even me. Even the other day I said, look, there's not a guarantee that all of us won't end up becoming, quote, conservative. And that's why we have to keep deconstructing and keep paying attention to what young people are doing, because young people have the answers, but not the wisdom. And old people have the lived experience, not necessarily the wisdom, but they have to stay in tune with young people. It's why our politicians cannot keep being 80 years old. They're so disconnected from what the youth is doing. The youth have answers. Okay, this thing just happened on Twitter. Gen Z is going to have to fill me in. Thank you, Katie, for the 5 gifted memberships as well. Thank you for liking the stream, guys. Thank you so much. There's a trans singer. I don't know her name, but she's white. And apparently she just got outed as making racist tweets when she was 19. And the tweet was like, build the wall, like build that damn wall, something like that. And Gen Z is like devastated. They're like, I cannot believe like she would write that. Like, I can't believe she would write that. You guys would know who it is better than me. Tall, skinny girl, blonde hair. I don't know her very well. It's not, what I mean. Welcome to memberships, featured queen. Yeah, Ethel Kane. Yeah, Discord and YouTube chat said at the same time. Yes, Ethel Kane. So Ethel wrote that tweet. And I want to explain something to you in context. So as a millennial, I had 2 reactions. My brain split into 2 directions: millennial brain Brittany and deconstructed Brittany. Because, we're queer, we're philosophically queer here. We believe in deconstructing everything, looking at everything like a construct, and recognizing that everything we're doing is part of our evolutionary process, right? So I saw that and my brain went in 2 directions. Oh, that's like such a tame Republican talking point, right? That is like the most tame Republican talking point I've ever heard. Why is Gen Z so upset? And then I sat there and I thought, oh my God, I'm so proud of Gen Z and I'm so happy for them that hearing that Ethel Cain wrote Build That Wall is a devastating experience for them, because they're right. It is a racist dog whistle. They are right that they're living in such a universe where even something as, quote, tame as that, they're like, hey. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. Nobody should be writing that stuff. That's not even a good take. I don't believe in making friends with Republicans. I believe in being good to your Republican neighbors, but I do not believe in making nice with Republican policy. I'm not interested in building bridges with Republican politicians. I am not interested in that political game, which is why I don't do politics, because it's about winning, not about what's true. And I think as millennials, we're so traumatized from dealing with boomers that we sometimes look at Gen Z like, what are you complaining about? And then I have a flashback of my dad saying, what are you complaining about? You get beat as a kid. My dad used to hit me on the head with bricks. And then I had a bubble pop of realizing, like, yeah, none of that should be happening. None of this should be happening. Every generation, we're breaking a generational curse to the best of our ability, if we're lucky. If we're lucky. Okay? And I look at my own family and my own problems and my own trauma, and then I look at the world and I think that's what's happening with Contra, right? Where she and a lot of millennials are doing this thing where they think, yeah, chat said bricks. That was just the story we got told as kids. I don't think it was like as aggressively descriptive as they say it was, because they all laugh about it. But you know how boomers laugh about trauma? Relax. My family's from Iraq. Like, it's a completely different bubble. Like, corporal punishment around the world is very, very different, right? I need you guys to understand this. Like, my parents are immigrants. You know what I mean? They laugh it off. They think it's a funny story to tell at parties. Like, talk about breaking a generational curse, right? So I understand. It's my family's trauma. We'll deal with it. Okay. But that's the thing that I think is interesting, right? So what we need to do as millennials to not become boomers, what Natalie needs to do is not think to herself, well, Gen Z just has it so easy. Or why are they complaining? Why are they wanting perfection? Why are they doing this? Because the part of Gen Z that, yes, doesn't have the wisdom yet, still has the right answer. And I see this in my own work. Remember when I called out T.S. Madison the other day? Not called her out because, like, God knows, like, she's, you know what I mean? But she's my elder. She's 50. She has insight into the community and being a trans person and a sex worker that I will never have. But I think I'm more right than her. Because even though I don't have the wisdom that she might have, I have the progressive deconstruction tool that she doesn't. I don't have to settle for men who cheat, but she thinks she does. I don't think you do, because I don't believe all men cheat, because I don't believe in gender like that, but she does. So when she gives dating advice and she goes, well, if you're with a man, they're on the down low. Like, that's not something I believe in, because I've deconstructed. But she's right when it comes to being a sex worker or growing up or how hard it was or the marginalization of a community. Yeah, I don't have that insight. Even though I am a sex worker and I am a Syrian and I'm all these things, completely different lived experiences. I am in a much more privileged position. But I think I'm more right. In the same way I think Gen Z is more right about being upset about Ethel Cain, even though it seems to a millennial like, what's the big deal? It's like not the greatest, but whatever. But Gen Z is right. Why are we even tolerating it? No, it should be disappointing. But then you have to recognize, and this is where the sort of lived experience comes in, if we're raised under white supremacy and patriarchy, all of us are suffering. That's why I say all men suffer from misogyny, even Hassan Piker, y'all, okay? But so do femme-presenting people or AFAB people. Like, we all have to deconstruct patriarchal systems and the way that white supremacy has infiltrated our sense of being. And what's happening right now with Contra is just so clear to me, personally, that it's a mix of trauma, mixing in with a lack of deconstruction, mixing in with like a reactionary response almost, but not reactionary like in political terms, like a reaction. Like she lives almost like she's always been that way though. She's always been very sensitive. And I'm going to tell you a personal story about going to Contra's house and why I think I knew when I met her and I knew when I was at her house that like there was something deeply insecure about this woman. And I realized that deeply insecure people, without even meaning to be malicious, run into two circles. You can be deeply insecure like Destiny and become a predator, or deeply insecure like Contra and just be self-harming to yourself and others. And I want to talk about that with like a lot of compassion today. Okay, so let's keep going with Knuckles' video, because I want you to see what Contra's been up to on Twitter, because she's fighting with Taylor Lorenz.
Completely focuses, when they advertise it in English, to Westerners who are white, and everyone featured in it is usually a white person with an American, South African, Australian, or French accent or whatever, right? It is part of the white supremacist project. I would just, if I was going to be a bit more specific, I would say it's part of a Western chauvinist supremacist project. I'm not saying ContraPoints hasn't said what's going on is bad, but when you're debating stuff like this, and you're talking like this, and you're throwing out that 60,000 number, you can understand why people are mad, because it's not just like a left-wing or right-wing thing. It's just, you're not living in reality if you think it's 60,000. And you're smart, you know better, you just trust the US government so much. Like, I know everyone hates her for the Hillary Clinton video as well, but I just found that wild. But also, what spawned this video was because she was fighting with Taylor Lorenz, because she reposted a guy called Rathbone, who I don't like, by the way, so I'm not here to defend anything he posts or what he says. But she writes, are you guys just noticing that like 50% of the discourse on this app is just Jew hate? Now, I would say that like 80% of Twitter is just outright neo-Nazi hatred against Jewish people. I would also say that like left-wing anti-Semitism hardly makes up any of that number, and leftist anti-Semitism is very, very irrelevant to anything that's happening right now. Like, it doesn't have institutional power. I don't actually even really see it around. And I'm someone who's made videos calling out people who use anti-Zionism as an excuse for anti-Semitism, and nearly every single one I ever talk about is actually just a fascist. I don't really see any prominent left-wing people who are actually using this just for anti-Semitism. Yes, there is people who are left-wing and they're anti-Semitic and they use anti-Zionist talking points. I would say modern leftist anti-Semitism has historically revolved around Israel. That's pretty much it. There are some leftist anti-Semite who go behind conspiracies about Jewish bankers controlling the world and all that shit, but primarily it's not an issue. And I'm not going to start pretending it's an issue just because someone's got their feelings hurt by someone being too anti-Israel. And I would say leftists, even now, are too careful about their language. Like, one of my problems with TYT's Israel coverage specifically, even though I think they've done an okay job of it, is they keep acting like it's the Israeli government doing these things, not that like 80% of Israeli Jews support the worst crimes right now. And globally, this religion and ethnic identity has been majorly hijacked by a fascist colonial ideology. I don't even see the majority of leftists talking like that, to be honest. So to even focus on left-wing anti-Semitism is just a poor use of your platform. She was arguing with someone about the video because someone was saying that Rathbone isn't anti-Semitic, every president at the Western Wall being controlled to basically be pro-Israeli. Taylor Lorenz replying to this and jumping in, saying, not going to litigate this video, but I think that when making a claim like 50% of the discourse on this app is Jew hate, it's extremely important to note that 99.9% of the anti-Semitism on this app is from the far right. And
also, I just want to point out that I don't know why you're still on this website. Why are you still on X? I deleted my X account. I'm on Blue Sky. I don't do anything there but promote my videos, because I'm going to be real. Unlike other content creators, I know you can build a larger platform by arguing with people on Twitter, but like, I don't want to do that with my life. I never liked it when I saw Ryan Beard do it. I never liked it when I saw Destiny do it. I never liked it when I see Taylor Lorenz. I don't like the way people do it, but it is the way. Even Mark Cuban fights with people on Twitter. I'm like, y'all got to get a job. Y'all got to get a job. But that's the job. The job is building a whole personality around tweeting at people. And it works. People love that shit. But that's why I say I'm not interested in being famous. I'm interested in being like figuring out the truth. I don't even want to be right from an ego perspective. I want to know what's true, because I deeply believe in helping people, but I also deeply believe that people are deeply flawed. Okay. And I do not see how being on Twitter is helping people. I do not see how being on Elon Musk's X is helping anybody. And God knows Contra has been on X way too many times, drunk, posting way too many things she shouldn't be posting. Okay. And this is why I am making the argument today that everybody is traumatized in the world, and your leaders aren't exempt from this, including Trump and Elon having their little fight together. Elon used to love my toes. I used to love his toes, but now it's only woes. You know, it's like, I get it. But also, and this is why I mean to say, like, the answer to humanity getting better is a really good therapist and a really good relationship with self. There's no philosophical work being done. And so everybody's using their very bad, limited ideas about the world to continue to hurt people. And I just want to say this. You exist outside of politics, kids. You do not exist, you know, in contrast to your oppressor. You are not simply the opposite of your oppressor. You exist no matter how your oppressor views you. You are free. You are a unique consciousness in the universe. You do not exist because of politics. Politics exists because of the world. You are so much more than politics. So first ground yourself in the reality that you exist outside the perception of your oppressor. And that's the relationship you should have with self. And then bring that version of self into the world and understand that there will be people who will oppress you. And then we will fight a fight. But I do not want you to think that your existence is dictated by the oppressor. Your existence is not dictated by them. Your status or quality of life is impacted by them. And so we should pay attention to that. And that's what Contra's doing. She's allowing a version of oppression to scare her into the corner. And instead of blaming the right oppressor, she's blaming the left. The left isn't your oppressor, Contra. It's the people you keep trying to make friends with. You keep trying to defend. You keep trying to fight for, right? That's the irony. It's like a very Blair White of her, honestly. Like Blair White, same thing. I've met Blair White. I've done an event with Blair. She was very nice to me. But as long as Blair and Contra keep trying to be the good trans, okay, they're only going to be uplifting transphobes. Okay?
Neo-Nazis who Musk has embraced, not communist TikTokers. Natalie saying, left anti-Semitism has always been a thing. I don't see what is gained in denying it. Absolutely, no one is denying that it exists, but it's minimal and fringe compared to the deluge of right-wing anti-Semitism.
So this is Taylor Lorenz and Contra fighting. This idea where Contra says left anti-Semitism has always been a thing. I don't see what's gained from denying it. It's almost like very autistic of us in a sense. I don't know if Contra is autistic, but I certainly am. And like to want to bring it up. But this is why during my pro-Palestinian content, I've made it very clear. I do not care if every Palestinian is homophobic because people keep pinkwashing this. No one deserves to be genocided. Nobody. Genociding a population is never the right decision under any circumstances. And so the idea that Contra is getting distracted by the fact that some factions on the left are anti-Semitic, like, okay, and water is wet. Next, focus, please. Focus. Kids are being starved. People are dying. Please focus. And it's like she won't focus because she's getting distracted the same way Ethan, the same way everyone in this little like middle game is getting distracted. I am only focused on the fact that a genocide is happening. We can talk about the weeds of misogyny later. We can talk about, you know, women and their rights later. We can talk about the gays later. Because right now we got to stop killing them because they're dying. There are not going to be any gays to fight for if we let them genocide the Palestinians.
That's why it's essential to contextualise these comments by making it clear that 99.9% of anti-Semitism on this app is from the far right, and by conflating the scale of the very fringe and limited anti-Semitism on the left with the virtual and pervasive anti-Semitism on the right, you give credence to the bad faith Zionists who continue to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. So I just give them through, because I just go through back and forth, I'll put it on the screen, I'm not going to read it all. Taylor saying, I don't see people saying leftist anti-Semitism doesn't exist, but if you say 50% of this app is Jew hate and point to a communist creator, of course people will ask you to clarify. It seems like you're conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. You are the one making this conflation. If anti-Zionism sometimes means opposition to genocide in Gaza, and other times it means the Zios killed JFK because he was the only president they couldn't control, maybe Hitler had a point, I think that will have bad consequences. Nowhere here did I or anyone replying to this thread that I've seen say the second thing. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. I think when your content is being used by a Zionist like Ethan Klein, you might want to consider that your message could have been communicated with more nuance. I don't think this issue is reducible to Hassan versus Ethan. No one mentioned Hassan here. I said if your post is being leveraged by a well-known Zionist, it's probably worth clarifying your message. And that's because Ethan Klein was posting this basically saying, all us leftists are...
So H3H3. Like first, and I said this about Ethan, if everyone supporting you is the worst people you know, you're probably making a mistake. You're probably wrong. Now, if you do something and everybody from every corner of the world supports you, you're probably right. If you're doing something and the people you think are more good than bad are supporting you, you're probably right. But Ethan and his, you know, attack on Frogan and all these content creators is only being supported by the worst people on the internet. The worst people on the internet, right? So he should take note. So Ethan says Taylor is sweating because she knows this is exactly what people, this is exactly about people like her. Taylor is a racist scumbag who runs defense for other racist scumbags. Natalie, focus. Natalie, Ethan Klein, agreeing with you. Natalie, get out, Natalie. And she's not gonna, because that's the journey she's on. Some radical acceptance is needed. That's the journey she's on, just like Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Natalie. But she's not gonna, because that's the journey. So you got to let it go. You got to let it go, right? Chet says, don't you think that Contra's opinions are more likely to affect actual policy in the U.S., though? I am genuinely curious, not trying to start shit. Don't you think that Contra's opinions are more likely to affect actual policy? I don't know, right? Like, I don't think Contra is that important of a player in the game, but I think what my point is, and the greater point of this whole stream today, is going to be that content creators are not that much different than Trump and Elon. That our political leaders are not that much different from YouTubers. They're actually kind of the same because they're all just grown-ups playing high school fucking games with your lives. So I'm not sure if Contra, I'm not sure what you're asking me. I think Contra does a lot of work with the Dems and does a lot of work with establishment. I think she plays the game really well, but I don't know that. I've never known her. Maybe I'm missing something. Is she running for office? I mean, honestly, kind of wouldn't be surprised. Actually, kind of wouldn't be surprised if this is all her leading up to, you know what I mean? And maybe, I don't know though.
Defending Rathbone, and we're actually all Nazis who believe in the second thing. And again, like, you just see why people are mad, because she jumps from people. It sometimes means what they're doing in Gaza is bad, and other times it means actually, the Nazis were good because they control JFK and stuff. I don't see anyone on the left saying that. It's just like wild to jump from like, yeah, that Rathbone guy, I don't know fucking much about him. If he said some shit that is crazy, like, that's just one guy. I do not see this as a problem. I have been making anti-Zionist left-wing content since like 2019. I do not recall any major leftist content creator in this space ever being anti-Semitic. Obviously, I'm not as well-versed in TikTok, so I don't know if people...
Okay, let me tell you. I have a deep special interest in YouTube. Like, I love YouTube the way Hank Green loves YouTube in a sense. Like, I watch so much YouTube. It's the only thing I care about. I have a YouTube subscription. I watch YouTube in the background all day, period. I watch a lot of philosophy podcasts, debates, conversations, but one of the things my brain is interested in is information. So sometimes I fail to remember who I was listening to, remembering people's names. Cavernacle? How long, chat, did it take me to learn how to say his name? Even though I was watching him every day. A big part of it is people don't say their names on their videos. And so I don't learn their names and I just read them and then I fuck up. So what I want you to understand is that as a person who loves YouTube and watches it all day, there are patterns I see all the time online that makes it clear to me that even though, you know, people look like grifters and maybe they are, maybe they're not. People look like leftists, maybe they are, maybe they're not. But people are, regardless of their identities, traumatized. We're traumatized. I certainly was very traumatized for most of the time that I was on the internet and only became healthy a few years ago. And that's when I became a full-time content creator because, like I said earlier in the stream, my mental health correlated to my ability to hold down a job, right? And now I'm diagnosed autistic. I got diagnoses. I went to therapy. I started to learn about myself, learn why I did the things I did. But the one thing I did coming into this space, and this is the thing, the one thing I learned coming into this space is we weren't all here for the same reason. We're not here for the same reason. And I want to move on to that. So that's Cavernacle's video. I'll link it in the chat. That's the only part I really wanted to give you an idea of what was happening with Contra. And you just wait. I'll read her Reddit post that she put out after this, right? But because I have a special interest in YouTube, it gets me in trouble sometimes because just like when I met Lindsay Ellis and H-Bomber Guy, okay, I'll tell you this story. I've never told this story, but I'll tell it to you. Bad first impression. I think for both of us, I think they gave me a horrible first impression of them. And I think I probably gave them a bad impression because my brain doesn't work like other people's. And I think people sometimes think I do. So let me show you. This is, guys, I'm so sorry in advance of old Brittany you're going to see. This is Brittany from 2017. This is June 27th, 2017. I uploaded this video called Breaking Bread with Enemies, VidCon 2017. Does anybody know about Brunchgate? I don't know. I was there. I don't know why I was there. Actually, I do know. Natalie invited me. Now, 2017, Natalie had different pronouns and names. So I'm going to stop the video before I start dead naming and using bad pronouns. But I'm just going to use this as evidence. This is my receipts that it happened. Okay. So I went to VidCon 2017 initially with no friends in contact except for a couple who I didn't even get to see. And before I went, ContraPoints hit me up on Twitter. We decided to... Okay. I need you to know something. When I say friends on YouTube, I just mean content creators I'm collabing with. I have decades-long friends. I have all of my personal contacts in my real life. My real friends aren't on the internet. My online friends exist on the internet. My YouTube friends exist on the internet. I've met friends through the internet that became real life friends. Like they've met my family, they've been to my house, all that stuff, right? But at this time, I was going to VidCon without any contacts. And Natalie hit me up and wanted me to tag along. And I said, cool, great. I was going to VidCon by myself. That sounds great. Okay. This gave me an opportunity to end up being present for what would be known as like Brunchgate. Okay. And Brunchgate was this picture. And this picture was incredibly, to me, it was the most innocent thing that had ever occurred. To me, Brittany, it was just the sweetest, most innocent, like lovely situation, right? Armored Skeptic and Shoe on Head meeting with Lindsay and H Bomber Guy and Dan. It was just the cutest situation. And I was there because Natalie invited me, which was very nice. And I'm sure everybody there didn't know why I was there, right? Because when I first met H Bomber Guy, I remember it. So Natalie and I are in VidCon from my memory. We're in the upstairs level. And Natalie is meeting H Bomber Guy and goes, oh my gosh, like Brittany also knows your videos. Cause I was like, oh yeah, I know that kid. And he goes, oh, which one of my videos is your favorite? And I was like, oh, well, I don't know you like that, bruh. And he looked very upset. And I just remember thinking like, why are you mad that I don't know who you are? Like, I know who you are because I watch YouTube the way people listen to the radio. You're on in the background all day, but I don't know who you are like that. I can't reference your old video, bro. You know, so bad first impression. And I think he was probably mad at me a little bit because like they were very mean to me, but I'll tell you why I think they were mean to me. And I think because in high school, imagine like the cool hipster kids forming a group and the weird library girl comes to hang out with them. That's what it felt like. And I admit, as a girly who has a special interest and read thousands of books, I never needed to be a part of your clique. I just thought we were having fun. Okay. Very human, very traumatized, no judgment, right? Everyone's anxious. Natalie was the most anxious. Natalie has a lot of anxiety and I am diagnosed with anxiety. I feel you, okay? So as the event carries on, this picture becomes the most controversial picture in all of YouTube at the time. Before I get into that, we're at another party and I meet Lindsay Ellis for the first time. And Natalie goes, do you know who Lindsay Ellis is? Because Lindsay had just put out the Beauty and the Beast video. It was like very popular. She was very like, you know, and it was a VIP party that I shouldn't have even been at, but I got through because I was with Natalie. Okay. So I'm at this party at VidCon and Lindsay does the same thing H Bomber Guy does. Basically like, oh, like, do you know Lindsay? And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. And I'm just being like autistically honest. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. And same way I was when I went on that Destiny panel and Lav was yelling at me. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, Lav, who are you? I don't mean it to be rude. I don't know who you are. Like, and so remember how like everyone took that as like, but like, I'm trying to state a fact. So I'm meeting Lindsay Ellis and I say, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. And Lindsay looks like offended. And I was like, okay, I don't know what's happening. Okay, because like I am just, I don't know what's going on. Do you know who I am? Like, I don't know what's happening. So then we're talking, we're having a conversation and the Beauty and the Beast video gets brought up and I go, oh, I love that video. I know who you are. I loved that video. And then Lindsay goes, okay, so you do know who I am. And I was like, well, I don't know who you are, but I mean, I know who you are. And that was the impression I got from being in this group, is that they were a bunch of nerdy, neurodivergent, hipster kids who thought they were the coolest kids in high school. And I was just there and they didn't know why I was there. Great question. It's going to get worse because Lindsay Ellis started a rumor about me behind closed doors that honestly, years later, I now understand. But I really want to make it clear I wasn't surprised when Lindsay got canceled. And I'm certainly not surprised that Lindsay isn't that well loved by leftists. Okay. And we'll talk about it because I genuinely think they are not evil. I think they're traumatized. Genuinely. Okay. So this is happening, right? Everyone's like, oh my gosh, this is the most like controversial thing ever. Let me see. Okay. So then this, wait. My timeline's correct. Then this happens. Okay. I'm not going to play the video because this is a time in Natalie's life that I'm not sure she's comfortable with me bringing back to light, you know, but this is Natalie's house. Natalie, I was on a road trip. For myself, finding myself. I was traveling around the US and I stopped to do collaborations with people. And Natalie invited me to stay with her, which was very generous. I stayed with her. We filmed a video. We had a good time. She introduced me to the movie Paprika. I will always be grateful for that. One of my favorite films. Okay. We had a really great time together. But something stood out to me about my experience at that time. One, Natalie could not hold a conversation to save her life. Like, I really want to talk about philosophy and ideas, and I just like had to fight tooth and nail for something to come out of her face. And then I started to realize, oh, like these people don't know how to have a conversation without a script. And then I was like, okay, so video essayists are people who don't socialize. YouTubers are genuinely introverted. So she is nervous, anxious, genuinely like a shy person. She's not a bad person. She's a shy person. And this had happened to me, not just with Natalie, but content creator after content creator. I'm like, do we want to talk? And nobody can have a conversation with me. I don't script my videos. I touch grass. I have deep, decade-long friendships outside of YouTube that are my real life. When I'm doing YouTube stuff, I am working. So, okay, when I am in this space, I am also going through my own mental health crisis. I'm self-harming. I'm suicidal. I'm trying to figure out my space on the internet. I'm not a full-time YouTuber, but I am a full-time YouTuber. Like during this time, I am doing YouTube full-time, but I'm making like $1,500 a month. I'm like really struggling to figure it out. I'm like really trying to find myself. Okay. Like I'm not secure about even being a content creator full-time. So I myself am going through it. So lots of empathy, lots of compassion, like lots of everything towards Natalie and everybody else. We are a group of traumatized people, but we're not that much different than anybody else. See, the issue is that people will weaponize it and say, oh, so you guys are the dysfunctional ones. No, everybody's dysfunctional. Your mom's dysfunctional. Trump is dysfunctional. Hillary's dysfunctional. Everybody is dysfunctional. But YouTubers are young people who get pedestaled, and the expectation of them to be perfect is so intense that it just compounds on their already failing mental health, right? So then Shoe on Head makes this video. It's unlisted now, but I found it. An article came out years ago called How Vosh and Shoe on Head Ruined the Online Left. Okay. Shoe on Head was really nice to me. Wait. Yeah, I'm going to do it in this order. Okay. Shoe on Head was really nice to me at some point. We did a collaboration together. We met at events because we both had worked for MythCon in different ways. I had done panel work at one of the MythCons. Here's me moderating, which I did a horrible job of Some Black Guy and Marissa J. Johnson. Shout out to Marissa. Great person, wonderful person. Marissa gave me one of the greatest pieces of advice that I've ever heard in my life. You know, she's really just like, I really enjoyed meeting her and working with her that weekend. Okay. Everybody else though, like whatever. Everyone was nice, but you know, so Shoe on Head makes this video and she talks about Brunchgate, basically. She talks about this picture. Okay. Listen to how Shoe talks about it.
The online left. How a growing and flourishing space for the marginalized became indistinguishable from the alt-right. Oh no. What have I done? If you guys don't know who Vosh is, he is a left-wing YouTuber.
And look, none of us are clean. Even Cat Black had a moment with Vosh. None of us are clean. All of us have had a fucked up history online. All of the receipts are out there and we just have to start owning it. Yeah, we're all kind of fucked up, but we're getting better. And all I want us to do is be healthy. I think Kat has done a really good job at becoming healthier over time. I think I've done a really good job at getting healthier over time. I do not think a lot of these people have though. And I'm a big Cat Black fan, so I don't hear any slander in my chat. But that's the thing, okay? Right? Like I want to believe that we can all be grown up enough to say like, man, we really, yeah, we've been, you know, millennial. It's so millennial of us. Okay. Now I want to skip to 2 minutes in, right about, hold on, give it to me. Okay. Right here.
Slowly, new left-wing channels began to pop up. Channels like ContraPoints. They paved the way for what is known as BreadTube. But only because ContraPoints catered to those same men who drove me off YouTube. Despite being the BreadTube queen, there was something off about Contra. I finally realized what it was in 2017, when a picture of her with YouTuber Shoe on Head was posted to Twitter. Oh.
Okay. I posted the picture. Okay. I was at an event with friends. I thought it was a cute picture. I posted it to Twitter because I got everyone's consent asked everybody if they would like to see the picture. And then I made it my Twitter header because I thought it was cute because I'm autistic and I thought we were all having fun. And then all hell broke loose. And I was the scapegoat. And I think I was the scapegoat. I think all of those YouTubers put all of the responsibility on me, took their millions, and moved into stardom. And it left me in the dark. And I'll tell you the story in details. And I need you to know it's okay. It's okay. Because all of them didn't understand me, and I don't blame them because none of them bothered to ever understand me. Because every time a YouTuber comes into my life, they're always asking me for life advice. Raise your hand, autistic people. Who's the firstborn girl in their families who's also autistic, and everybody comes to them for advice, but never actually gets to know you? It's okay. I'm used to it. People have been coming to me for advice since I was a kid, literally a minor. And I think that's what happens on YouTube. It's fine. Everybody comes to me for advice and nobody ever understands me. So then when I do something that's within my values, they're confused by it. Remember when Destiny came to me for advice about his relationship? And then when it came out that he cheated on Melina, I full on was like, do not take advice from this man. He's a bad person when it comes to relationships. And he was like, I can't believe you'd say that about me. I was like, I can't believe you thought I wouldn't. I can't believe you thought I wouldn't. And I have receipts. I'll show you. I can't believe you thought I wouldn't. And I do this with my family and friends. Like, oh, I'm sorry. You thought you were just going to tell me that you did this horrible thing and I was just going to pretend it didn't happen? And that's the thing. I'm happy to give you advice. I want to see you because listen, I want to see everyone get better. I believe in restorative justice. I believe in recovery. I believe in rehabilitation. I believe that cancellation must come with a pathway to rehabilitation. But I believe that you do not have to be there to be the emotional laborer for these people on that journey. But I believe very deeply that people can get better. I just think the road to getting there, to actually taking accountability, is actually incredibly difficult. And I think we mistake this idea that you have to do the emotional labor. You don't have to do it. Okay, so here's Shu recounting this story.
No, this controversy, guys. I don't even know if half of you were around for this, but me and ContraPoints and my fiance and a few other YouTubers.
She's no longer with Armored Skeptic. She's married to somebody else. But you know what's interesting is Armored Skeptic actually came out, and I'll show you, saying that this was the time in his life where he feels he contributed to some of the worst conversations around feminism and liberation ever. He has even come out and apologized for his participation in this content era. But Shu hasn't. Shu has doubled down and just made more shitty content. So keep that in mind.
Who I won't name because I don't want to even drag them into this drama again. All had brunch together.
Okay, there's the picture I showed you, except I'm blocked out. Dan's blocked out. Lindsay and H-Bomber Guy are blocked out.
VidCon in 2017. Contra was relentlessly dragged and cancelled over this. It was crazy and I felt so bad for her. It was a very fun and productive conversation too. She winded up changing my opinion on a few things, actually.
Barely. Okay, listen. Now keep in mind, behind the scenes, I'm being blamed for the Contra getting dragged. Behind the scenes, I'm being like, I'll tell you the story in detail of how I found out. But in public, no one's even talking about me. But behind the scenes, the group of people are like, this is Britney's fault. Britney posted the photo. Instead of, this is your decision to participate in a situation that I thought was going to be great. I thought we were coming together to build community. See, I'm so autistic. I'm so autistic. I was like, I thought we were coming to build a community. And they were like, you made Natalie's life hell. And I was like, oh, and I was like so confused. I'll tell you the story in detail. Hold on. Okay. So there's that story. I'm just trying to give you snippets of an understanding. Here's me in June 21, 2018. It's after the road trips. I've collabed with Shu and Natalie. I've done all these events. Okay. Here's me explaining I'm going to be at VidCon. You can tweet at me, but you are the winner. You are coming to VidCon and you're going to hang out. If for some reason you can't make it to okay, hold on, blah, blah, blah. Happening. So Thursday, starting tomorrow, my sister and I will be in Anaheim Convention Center. We'll be there for the weekend. We have a hotel and everything. Okay. I went to VidCon with my sister. It was so fun. We met up with a couple of other YouTubers and Natalie and I were texting and talking about meeting up. And I was like, hey, Natalie, I'm at VidCon. Can't wait to see you. And she's like, okay. She's like, kind of like ignoring my texts in a way. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? And I'm talking to my sister and I'm very confused. And I'm talking to some of my friends and I'm like, why is she kind of ignoring me? And I'm deeply confused. So VidCon is happening. Natalie keeps saying she's going to eventually hang out with me, but doesn't keep returning. It's like really, I think it's a big miscommunication. I'm like deeply confused. And I'm like, okay, this must be weird. My sister's confused. My other YouTube friends that are there are confused. We're all kind of confused about what's happening, right? So then I'm sitting in a hotel room with a YouTuber who will remain nameless because he's not involved and he's a good guy and we've been friends for many years, but he wasn't involved. He was just a witness. My sister was there, okay, not a public figure. And another YouTuber whose name I actually, for the life of me, cannot remember. Like, I actually cannot remember. Right? Chat says this VidCon is after your road trip. Well, I went on 2 road trips, but yes, this is I had the first VidCon where I met Natalie and had BreadTube and the whole situation happened. Then I went on a road trip where I went to Natalie's house and stayed over and collabed, went to MythCon, collabed with June, she went ahead, and then got home from the road trip and was heading to VidCon again. Okay. So then, and this is with lots of compassion, just a story about traumatized people that y'all got to stop pedestaling. That's what the point of this story is. So I'm feeling weird. I'm in the hotel room. This YouTuber, I can't remember his name, but he was definitely trying to he was giving me like Clout Shark energy, but I couldn't get his name. I don't remember his name. And he was in the hotel room with us and he's like, we were talking and I was like, I wonder why Natalie's not getting back to me. I'm so confused. Like, I feel like they're avoiding me. And he goes, oh yeah, they are avoiding you. And I said, what? And he goes, oh yeah, like Lindsay is telling everybody that like you're the reason Contra was bullied on the internet because you posted the video or the picture on Twitter. And I was like, and I start crying because I'm an emotional girly. It hurt my feelings. Okay. Cause I didn't know that. If she had just told me, hey, can you take down the photo? It's really hurting me. I'd be like, oh yeah, totally. And I didn't know what was going on. Okay, this is like 7 years ago. And I am like crying in front of my sister, in front of this YouTuber. And they were all very nice, but they were like, yeah, like Lindsay's telling everybody that you're the reason, right? And so they don't want to hang out with you at VidCon. I was like, why didn't they just tell me? Because like, I would have accepted it. Like, why didn't they just say it, right? So in case this guy was lying, because I wanted to make sure, I asked Natalie. I DM'd her. I said, hey, Natalie, I heard that Lindsay is saying this about me. This YouTuber told me, I can't remember his name now. I said, can you just confirm with me? Like, are you mad at me over this photo? And she goes, Brittany, you don't understand. My life was ruined. I was bullied. It was so hard. I'm going to a wedding, but I'll talk to you after I get back to the wedding and we'll talk about it. And I said, okay, thank you. Like, I'm really relieved. Thank you for talking to me. And then she ghosted me and I've never heard from her again. And honestly, I'm not surprised because this seems to be a pattern with YouTubers. They don't like confrontation and then they ghost you. Happened with Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head and I were getting along, but I could tell that she was having difficulty getting closer. So I said, hey, June, I texted June or Twittered her. I said, hey, June, it feels like you don't really want to be friends, which is so valid. And I didn't know I was autistic, but it's so obvious now. I was like, can you just tell me like what you want to do so I know how to like organize my energy? And she was like, oh my God, Brittany, you're reading into it. I definitely want to be your friend. I'll talk to you after Christmas. Never heard from her again. When I say these are a group of very traumatized people, and I'm so autistic that I don't need friends. I've been telling YouTubers for years, I don't need friends. I need professional coworkers. And I have proof of this, okay? Because when I talked to Destiny, I told him the same thing. Okay? So, and this is the thing that I want to get at. None of these people are evil in the traditional sense. They're not, they're traumatized. Okay? You know what I mean? Chet says, do autistic people attract mean girl situations more than others? Seriously asking because I think I'm having a bubble pop. I think what happens is that people come to, I think some autistic girlies, autistic people are really good at giving advice. We're very compassionate. We're very loving. We're very open-minded. And I think that we attract a lot of fucked up people who see us and think, hey, you must have an answer for something. Because that's what Steven told me. Steven's like, I feel like you know something I don't know. And I was like, I know peace. I know health. I know therapy. That's what I know. That's what you're sensing in me. but he couldn't get it. And I think like a lot of these people think I'm being malicious when I'm actually just being pretty honest, but they don't know it. They don't know it. And so they misconstrue everything that's happening because in their heads, they wouldn't do this unless it was for something malicious. And look, I've had people complete ghost friends, ghost me from YouTube. And I know they're just going through a mental health crisis because like, you can't just tell me. Now, I know what you're thinking. Brittany, you must have ghosted somebody. Yeah, in my early 20s and in high school. The high school girl I apologized to and we made amends. The girl in my 20s and my early 20s I ghosted, never got a chance to apologize to her, but I hope my growth speaks for itself. Worst decision I ever made. The worst thing I ever did in my whole life was ghost this girl because I don't really do shitty things to people. I am generally a pretty good fucking person. Okay, I'm not perfect, but I don't fuck people over. And I regret to this day ghosting this girly. But let me show you how I communicate with people because I want it to be clear that I know for a fact I'm not malicious. And I don't think these people are technically malicious. I think they're traumatized and ignorant. I think they genuinely don't know better. And that's why you got to take them off that pedestal you all keep putting them on. Okay. So let me show you. This is so interesting to me. This is why this is my special interest, because when you can explain it, you can be more compassionate and you can let go of everything. Like let go of it. Let go of friendship breakups, let go of miscommunication, like let go of it so you can just accept like, oh, people are just people. Like they don't even mean it, bro, but that doesn't matter. They did it, right? Like to some extent, it doesn't matter. They did it. Just like with Contra, not just being fully pro-Palestine. I know she's doing that, neurodivergent thing where it's like a desire to be very like, quote, nuanced, but you're actually just being bigoted. Get over it, girl. Move on. And I know it's hard because I struggle with wanting to be like, but actually facts. And then you lose yourself in the sauce, right? So I'm deeply compassionate, okay? Here's an example of how I usually end contacted friendships with people online. Now, I've tried to do it two ways. I've tried to just unfriend people, but that never works. I've tried to write them messages, and sometimes people get mad and post it on Twitter, and usually people agree, like Brittany was pretty cordial. I don't know what you're mad about. Here's an example. So during the Destiny arc, okay? So if you guys aren't aware, I had a Destiny arc. I'll show you the beginning of the arc and how it happened, and then I'll explain kind of like a little bit of why this relates to everything happening, right? Chet says she is pro-Palestine, but not how you want. I want unapologetic, anti-genocide, pro-Palestinian perspectives. I am not interested in in any way watering down the genocide that is happening. If you need to water down the genocide that is happening, it's not good enough. And it's deeply cruel and deeply wrong. Okay? So if Natalie continues to both sides this issue, it's going to be wrong. It's okay to show the nuance. It's okay to be deep about it. I certainly have been accused of both siding it, but that's why I changed my rhetoric, because at the end of the day, we can wait to have other conversations, but right now we need to be focused on the genocide. Okay? We need to make sure we're focusing on the genocide. And by the way, you think she's pro-genocide? Wait until I read you what she wrote on Reddit, okay? So when the Destiny thing happened, let me pull it up. Hold on. I've got a whole thing here. Okay. Hold on, guys. Let me pull this up. 149.
The internet today.
Okay, all these videos are privated now because I don't want people thinking I stand by associating with Destiny. I didn't know he was as bad as he was when I first got in contact with him. Obviously, I didn't know that. I didn't know. And I actually completely wrote him off even before the really bad allegations came out. So that tells you something. Here's the video we first did together. This is our first time talking, our first time collabing, okay? I ask him, or I tell him about friendships. Same with Ethan and everyone else. It's no fun, right? And so when I talk to people like you, that's the opportunity, right? And like my audience. Oh, and P.S., I should tell you, I was so annoyed at the whole group dynamics with the BreadTube people that I was like, okay, I'm going to stop collabing with YouTubers because like I don't understand the social dynamics. And I took a break for a long time. And then when I finally felt confident again, I was like, hey, audience, who should I collab with? And somebody in my audience was like, can you talk to Destiny? Progressive, non-binary, fights Republicans. And I was like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? Chat says, do you have a date for this? This is January 28th, 2022. Okay, January 28th, 2022. This is our conversation together, okay? This is the opportunity. But they don't know me that 100%, though I do have a theory that you can't ever be authentic except by yourself, because I'm too hyper aware of people's like
their space, like them in my space, that I think my most authentic self is when I'm completely alone.
This is prior to meeting my now partner. And I just need you to know, I agree with this. That's why I say when I'm with my partner, I feel like I'm completely alone because I'm completely authentic, unmasked and authentic. But I stand by what I said here. But that's why my marriage is so special to me, because it's the first time in my life I've been in a room with somebody else and been completely myself.
Which is interesting. So when you're hearing this and you're like thinking about it, how do I say this? I think I'm taking issue with the fact that like you gave Biden an A- because I'm.
Oh, wait, wrong clip. Damn it. This is the wrong clip. Okay, first of all, I did take issue with the fact that he gave Biden an A-. And that's when I realized he wasn't progressive. Okay, but hold on. That was the wrong clip. Oops. Wait, I linked my videos wrong. I'm going to cry. That's the wrong clip. But yes, I actually was going to bring that up later. Destiny is not a progressive. He's been a liberal through and through. And I remember being upset with him for giving Biden an A+. Wait, is this the link? Guys, Boomer Brittany. Hold on.
I'll use the N-word. You see a lot of normies on the internet today. Yeah, it's definitely not the place that it was like 10 years ago. Not that that's good or bad, but it's definitely a way that it's changed, yeah.
Well, I think the consequences are clear, right? Like a lot of normies are on the internet. A lot of people's bosses see their stuff. A lot of people try to curve their talk. Even myself, I see myself. Actually, this is one thing that I thought was fascinating about your interaction with Mr. Girl.
Okay, this is it.
There was a time when he was trying to explain to you that he wanted to game with you offline. And you're like, ooh, like that's, and for me, I'm like, ooh. So I prefer to have conversations offline if I want to have a real conversation with someone, quote unquote. Not that we're not having a real conversation now, but there are just certain ways I talk in private that I just don't talk that way on the internet, because I tried to be aware that there's a general audience that maybe won't understand me. You know what I mean? But I like to think my Discord's like a safe space for people to say like,
okay, so, right? P.S. The Discord is a great safe space. It's actually gotten even more of a safe space for people to say what's in their heart's mind, but nothing bigoted, people, nothing bigoted. Okay, I'm trying to explain to him that I can only have real connections with people when the cameras aren't there, because otherwise we're working, okay? So when Destiny burned the bridge with me and publicly smeared me and was acting like he blew up on me, it was like as if your coworker, imagine you're working with somebody and your coworker is going around being like, this woman betrayed me. And I was like, I don't even know you, bro. Like, I don't even know you, because all the times I talked to Destiny, it was only him ranting about his relationships and needing advice. Do you know what I'm saying? The only time these YouTubers ever talk to me is to talk about their own fucking lives. And it's because I'm very private with my life. So even when they say, how are you? What's going on? I'd keep it pretty private, because I was waiting to see if we would build to something more, So when Destiny burned the bridge with me and I said, hey, you need to talk to me offline. And people were like, he wants to talk to you on stream. You have to talk to him on stream. And I was like, I don't want to talk to him on stream. If he's really upset with me, we should talk offline, because I, once again, assume that people are coming to work and going home, because I am at work right now. And guys, when I turn off my stream, I go home because I touch grass. I have a real life. Right? A real life with a special interest in watching YouTube videos, but a real life. So I was trying to say to Destiny, if you really want to have a healthy friendship, you got to talk to me offline. But he couldn't do it. And I knew Destiny's pattern. I knew if I went to him and talked to him online on stream, he would have used my mental health against me, which he did for 2 years. He would have tried to use all those things, even though none of it was true, even though I was very calm through this process and he was yelling, right? Everyone painted it. Even Kyla in the moment said, Destiny, you're really logical and Brittany's very emotional. Even though if you go back and watch the content, which I recommend you do, I am incredibly calm and he's incredibly crazy. Because, and this is the funniest of all the timestamps I have with him, check this out. Because Destiny and all of these people get to exist in a bubble where this is their reality. Check this out.
Be self-aware of the fact that like people aren't because they feel
exactly.
Open. Okay.
You have to be aware that people are doing things for reasons. There's no random shit, right? It's not like the Nazis weren't like uniquely evil, or like serial killers don't just kill because they're bored. Like everybody is to some extent we're like products of our environment, of our biology. Like there's reasons why people act, and it's imperative even to uncover those reasons and understand those reasons. Otherwise you're like missing a huge part of the picture of existence, I guess.
Absolutely. So that basically is why I think such an obsession about the human condition, like what it means to exist and be a person. So I have to ask, do you enjoy existing?
Yes, absolutely.
What about existence itself? Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, for sure.
Really? What is it about existence that you like? For the definition for the audience, existence would be everything outside of Steven, everything outside of me. So Steven is like existence and I'm interacting with him. Your existence, audience, and I'm interacting with you. So what is it about existence that you don't seem to be bothered by?
I don't know why. I'm just lucky, I guess, but I have a very, very, very high like day-to-day experience. Like my mental is very high. My enjoyment of things are very high. When I wake up, I'm excited to do things. I like everything I do every day. Like I'm just like a very, very, very high, like mentally functioning person, I guess. So so I tend to enjoy everything related to life and existence and all that.
Okay, interesting. Can I ask about your mental health background? Like, do you have any like fun diagnoses or anything like that you share with the public?
No, I'm pretty normal, I think.
What's that like?
Pretty good, actually. I guess it seems to be pretty.
So let's talk about this. Pretty normal. Nope, I got nothing going on, because he avoided any opportunity to get diagnosed, even though it's clear, and this is a lot of empathy. I'm saying this with a lot of empathy. He had a very fucked up childhood. I cannot exaggerate enough how bad his childhood was. It was so bad. And there are things about Natalie and Steven that I will never share with the internet, that they told me in confidence that genuinely the internet should never know about them. We're talking about mental health. And I am very empathetic to that, because I am BPD in remission. Okay, DBT saved my life. I am autistic, late diagnosed. I'm fibromyalgia. I've lived in a very like dysfunctional home. I know what it's like to have to deconstruct your childhood. It's hard. So I'm very empathetic to that, right? Right? But I want you to understand that people get to exist on the internet without any responsibility towards their diagnoses, because they avoid getting them. And even after he got an ADHD diagnosis, obviously, okay, he like downplays it or uses it as an excuse to get away with stuff. So let me make this clear. I'm going to bring this all together. Thank you for staying with me. Thank you for being here, guys. If you have any comments or questions, you need clarifications, I will answer them, because I think all of this is very human. And I think we have to stop pretending like this shit isn't happening. There's no such thing as a normal person. There's no such thing as a person who got to be raised without dysfunction. There's no such thing as a person who exists in the world that doesn't have problems. Okay? We all have problems. The question is, are we going to get to the healthier side of our problems, which I recommend we all do, because it's a life-changing experience. Okay? And I think I'm living proof of that. Now, there's two ways I want to move forward with this conversation. Is one, I want to show you how I normally end relationships with content creators, okay, when things are shifting, because I think it's important. And I want you to recognize that not everybody has to do it this way, but this is how I do it, right? When so Destiny burned the bridge with me. And behind closed doors, I genuinely believed he would one day come around. The same way I genuinely believed one day Contra would come around. The same way I genuinely believed the people who had done inappropriate things would eventually realize it was bad. And then they never did. And I'm like, okay, so are you not going to get better? Okay. Remember that Steven and Abba at the time were upset with me for remaining hopeful about Sneeko. Who remembers the moment I stopped talking to Sneeko and the moment I took down our collabs together? It was the moment two women came forward about the way that he abused them. That's it. That's all I needed. I didn't want men on the internet who were already misogynistic to be lecturing me about giving Sneeko a chance, because I was giving both Abba and Destiny a chance. But they didn't process it that way. These boys didn't process that I'm giving all of you a chance. Yeah, I'm giving all of you a chance to get better. And the fact that you don't know that is so interesting to me. And then I cut everybody off. Now, when I realized Destiny wasn't going to get better, when I realized he was going to double down, when I realized he wasn't going to admit what he did was wrong. By the way, he had an affair with Lauren Southern. At the time that he was telling me everything is good and life is good, he was literally having an affair with Lauren Southern. His wife was coming to me, asking me how to fix her marriage. You know, everybody was worried about him. But the thing about Steven is that he just plays it off like it's all fine. And who can blame any of us for being interested in Steven or wanting to give him a chance? You know what I mean? It's really easy to be swept up by Steven.
I just made my own choices and built my own business model, I guess, if I were to use a term like that. I paved it on my own because I thought, like, this is a concept that I think is cool, gaming. This is a concept that I think you can marry with gaming, political commentary. I paved it on my own. Paved it on my own.
Chat says Abba spoke about what Destiny did was wrong. No, he didn't. You think he did, but I'm going to show you today that he didn't. You fell for it. You fell for him thinking he was standing up against what Destiny did. I'll show you how Abba actually didn't.
Paved it on my own.
Shout out to Destiny, by the way.
Oh,
Kyle Klinsky, Trihex. Do you remember the situation with this? Okay. Kyle Klinsky, Destiny have definitely had their moments together. Shout out to Kyle Klinsky. Okay. Hassan, Destiny definitely helped Hassan rise to prominence. But when Destiny wouldn't stop saying the N-word, Trihex and Hassan were like, what are you doing? And it became like a whole thing. Okay, right? Mikey membership for 17 months says, do you feel like you ever want to rekindle the relationships you had with these men if they ever show actual growth and change? Or is it curtains? Curtains, baby. And this is what I mean to say. I am more than happy to talk about paths of redemption. I am not willing to do any of the emotional labor. I am more than happy to explain to the internet, not through DMs, but to the internet, ways I would recommend redemption for these people. But I in no way am interested in doing any of the emotional labor. Do not DM me. Anybody I mention in this video, I will not respond to your DMs. Most likely, unless it's Cat Black, because I love her, or FD or somebody. But nobody else, okay? I'm not doing this so I can get your DMs. I'm doing this so I can explain something that I think is important for all of civilization, not just YouTube. YouTube is just civilization on the micro, guys. On the macro, it's the same. Look what just happened with Elon and Trump. Same thing that's happening here, except somebody has the nuclear codes. Pay attention.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, yeah.
Oh, you know of him? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
But when I watched that video, I was like, oh, that's cool. So we have like somebody in the gaming community who's actually pushing back.
Hell yes, that's actually Destiny's the reason why I know about Trihex as well. If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time. I was like, all right, whatever. Well, I don't have anything. Like, I don't have anything. I have no option. I'm in the next 11 days. So much so that, like, Steven was DMing me on Discord and saying, hey, you know what? If you don't have a place to live, buddy, like, you can come stay with me. It's okay. What a
Okay, that's what... Wait.
good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
Okay. So for all those people that were like, I can't trust Brittany Simon, she knew Destiny. We all knew Destiny. I don't know why we all got sucked into his little place, but we all got, okay. I don't blame Hassan. You know, I even DM'd Destiny one time because I only learned about Hassan really through Destiny. And I was like, is Hassan a narcissist? And Destiny's like, nah, I don't think so. I think he just like, you know, whatever. I don't remember what he said. And I just remember thinking like, man, who is this Hassan guy? And then I did my research outside of the Destiny orbit and I was like, oh, yeah, all of you are kind of just men at the end of the day, but Hassan is a better man. And that, you know, but he's still a man. But he's a better man. And I think that's significant, okay? Being a consent violator, huge deal. Destiny is literally a consent violator, like huge deal, right? Okay. So we're all guilty of interacting with this Weasley little liar, dude, okay? And I'm not going to fault us for trying. I think we should continue to try. I think we should continue to be better. I think we should try to build bridges. I just think we should be cautious with who we build bridges with. Okay? Chet says, not gonna lie, when I saw you with Destiny, I definitely judged because I already had a certain picture in my mind of the type of people that surrounded him. Fair. 100% fair. Y'all, if you're mad at me for collabing with Destiny, you should be. I'm mad at me too. I'm pissed at me too, girl. Me too. I don't blame you. I'm fucking mad too. So when I put out my video about Destiny, that was in November. I finally was ready to talk about it in like a real way and say like, look, I'm sick of knowing this man's secrets. I just want to be done with this space. Leave me alone. And I made a really great video that Hassan ignored, which is fine. Interesting that Hassan watched Ryan Beard's video, but not mine. It's fine. Maybe my video was boring. Probably was, you know. I thought it was a good video, but whatever. And I wanted out of this space. And then Lauren Southern allegations came out, proof came out with the receipts because I talked about Lauren Southern, but I didn't have the receipts. Then the receipts showed up. All the DMs got leaked. It was all out there. Okay. And then everything started, you know, his revenge porn stuff, him recording women without their consent and sharing the videos. All of it started to come out. Now, this is important. The DMs I'm about to show you only took place before the allegations and right after I put out my video for the initial allegations of being a rape apologist and stuff. Okay. So Brittany, am showing you DMs, which I know is very uncouth, but I think it's necessary because I'm trying to paint my character here. So you understand why I think this all ties into Contra and Cavernacle and everything else we're doing here. This is going to be a long stream, girls. I'm going to go hard today. Okay. So I put out my video and I waited to see how people reacted to it. And of course, I started to cut off every single person that stood by Destiny after that point. So here was the message I wrote to Tom Foolery as an example of how I communicate with people. I saw Tom do a video stream reacting to my video. I didn't appreciate his takeaway from it. I said, hey, Tom, I saw you react to my latest video on Destiny. I appreciate you giving it a watch. Moving into 2025, I'm narrowing down my work connections and looking to collab with people who share similar views, especially on topics as important as abuse, rape, apology, and misogyny. Based on your review of my video, it seems we are not aligned. I wish you the best and I hope nothing but happiness for you heading into 2025. I'm a very fucking nice communicator, okay? I almost always send people a letter saying, thank you for our time together. I'd like to move on. Okay, that's basically how I end connections with people. Okay, when I made my video about Destiny, I sent Kyla a message. I sent a bunch of people messages. But actually, fun fact, Abba reached out to me before I had a chance to reach out to him. And he sent me this video or this message. And we had talked for a bit. He sent me a message that, oh, I see I'm in a Brittany Simon video. I said, yes, did you watch it? Like, this something very serious is happening. And this is before, you need to hear me. This is before we knew about Destiny recording women and sharing it. So this is Abba and I having a conversation about everything else. Okay, the rape apologia in his videos, making fun of Kelly Jean, who I understand is not a good person. That doesn't make her less of a victim. Destiny, doing what he did to me, all of the other stuff, right? Like all of the issues that were there in that space, okay? So Abba messaged me, and this is the message. He said, I didn't watch most of it. I tried to stay out of y'all's beef, to be honest. And I tried to explain to him, it's not beef. See, the dilemma is everybody keeps calling it beef. I need to set a standard here that the problem with YouTube is the same problem with Vance and Trump making fun of Zelensky for not having a suit. It's all the same thing. You keep thinking it's just beef. We're the adults in the room. And I don't know how to tell you all this, but we're going to be 40. Do you want to be Ethan Klein at 40? We have got to grow up. And I'm working really hard to get rid of my streamer language and to grow up. One of the reasons I don't watch Hassan is he's got too much streamer language and I'm going to pick it up. Okay? My echolalia just copies everything from accents to the ways people talk. We have got to grow up. And the problem is like, we're not going to do it. Certainly not if the world leaders aren't. But this is all connected. It's high school with money. It's high school with money. And then they have the audacity to try to throw around like, these people are crazy, these people are crazy, you're crazy. You're hanging out with us, okay? I always wondered why Abba liked me or Destiny since we're so neurodivergent. Come to find out Abba's ADHD. Of course he is. Of course he is. Do you know what I mean? So I sent him this message. I said, I'm running an event right now on Discord, so I'm not sure. I can send you a voice note, so I'll type. I'm not sure if you're saying that you don't know the full context and aren't interested in knowing ? Or if you know the full context but don't care. This isn't beef. This is a moral issue and abuse is occurring. I'm not saying that Steven can't ever get better or change. I'm saying I won't do the work for him and no one else should. I'm reading really small text on my screen right now, so hold on. You guys are seeing it right though, right? Hold on. You guys are seeing this, right? My text is really small on my end. It says, all abusers can recover and be better mostly, right? I said, did you want to clarify your position and then we can move on? I've always appreciated our connection and have appreciated your content over the years, even when we disagree. I don't want any bad energy between us, even if we decide never to connect again. Okay. He said most of his personal life looks like dysfunctional, mentally ill people who are hell-bent on lying and hurting each other. So I don't feel bad for them or Destiny when they lie and cheat on each other. Kelly Jean especially, she's a pathological liar in my experience with her. And I understand that, right? Like I'm not trying to defend Kelly Jean, but that doesn't mean she's not a victim, right? He said basically, I don't care. But if you feel differently about the gravity of what, guys, hold on, let me pull up I can't read this. It's too small for my eyes. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll read it on my computer and you guys can just, here I am trying to like scrunch my eyes like a little old lady. I need glasses, bro. Okay. He said, but if you feel differently about the gravity of what he's doing and all the seriousness of it, like I said, I get it, but I just don't share your view. I get it, but I just don't share your view. I think abuse is abuse. And Brittany said, I think abuse is abuse no matter who you're abusing. I also consider what he did to me abusive, even just as a coworker. I never lied about him. I tried my best to stick up to my values, and he retaliated without hesitation and painted me without mercy as somebody that I wasn't. I understand that I might not be something that's important to you, I understand that might not be something that's important to you. And I think that's actually fair as we aren't close. And then I said, hold on, girlies, Boomer Brittany moving very slowly through these receipts. Then I said, boom. Then I said, give me a second. Moving forward, I wish you health and happiness. Thank you for every positive moment together. I'll remember our moments fondly. Boom. Okay, that's the end, right? So then that was it. Okay, that was the end of Abba and I connecting. Okay, that's how I handle conflict to the best of my ability. I'm not always perfect, but that's like I think that was a pretty good way to handle the situation. Okay. Okay. So remember, I think we're all high schoolers with money and status. And that's the important part here, because it was such a disappointment to see, right? Abba's reaction to when the allegations actually came out against Destiny. Because in Abba's video about Destiny's allegations and him burning the bridge with Destiny, it wasn't because he was a predator. It was because he was bad for Abba's brand. That was the disappointment part. So let's talk about that. Remember, I'm not friends with these people. Like, I need you to understand, we're not friends. Abba and Kyla are friends with Destiny. I am not a friend. Nobody established a real friendship with me. They established a cordial YouTube friendship with me. We don't talk to each other. They don't learn about my family. I don't share photos of my partner. Like, we don't have that kind of relationship. But Abba and Kyla were doing that. Chat says, I keep thinking you were close to them. Maybe that's why it felt abrupt. That's the problem. That's the illusion I am trying to get you guys to understand. The illusion is that we're close. We're not close. That's why I'm annoyed with these people on the internet, because the audience thinks we're close. They play it like we're close. I'm sorry. You don't even know me. Maybe you guys are close to each other, but y'all aren't close to me. And you keep dragging me into your beef like we're close. And then when I call out the abuse, you're like, I can't believe my friend did this to me. We're not close. Kyla and I, we tried. We couldn't get there. I just couldn't trust Kyla. She was too defensive of Destiny. You know? Like, I couldn't get there. Kidology, we never got close. I never got close to these people. We did not talk, guys. We were not shooting the beef. Now, some YouTubers, I do have a couple of YouTubers, actually just one right now, that we actually do like chat. We talk on a pretty okay frequent basis. And we're attempting to have a very good friendship. And I hope it goes well, right? But most people, nah, I'm not friends with these people. Okay. And that's what I'm trying to make you understand. And this is what's happening. That's why when Trump goes, Elon and I, we were friends. Elon and I, we were like so close. No, they're not. You know? No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. This whole thing is absolutely what's happening globally. It's happening in your family's relationships. It's happening with presidents. It's happening everywhere. You are pedestaling your parents without understanding they haven't deconstructed. You're giving elders, status in the community when they haven't earned it. Okay. You're giving Trump credit when him and Elon are fighting like fucking losers on the internet. Okay. It's all a fucking game. And the game is, we're all participating in it. And I'm saying it's not the game. It's the fact that we keep refusing that it's happening. And we're not maturing or getting healthier. Dr. Kirk Honda tried to participate in a way he thought was good. And he got bullied into privating his video because Ethan threatened him. because Ethan is that kind of person. And I'm saying, I want to talk about y'all, but I don't want to be with y'all. I want to talk about it. I don't want to get involved in it with peace and love. I think I'm really trying to do stuff out here. Okay. You know, I think I in 20 years will have something really productive to show. But for now, just think of me as a girly doing research and having like an interest in this bubble. But I'm not here to be a part of I don't want to be a player. You know? And then somehow people like drag me in. But then see how Destiny blamed me? Lindsay blamed me. And I'm like, are none of you going to hold yourselves accountable? I am a nobody. But because I'm a nobody, I think it's easy for people to be like, you needed Destiny to build your career. I had a whole career. I literally was a full-time content creator before I met him. You know what I mean? You know? Chad says, and you're disappointed in Abba. It took the girls coming forward publicly to believe Destiny was toxic because he didn't believe you. Hey, I don't know what you're missing from this conversation, but let me show you Abba's videos to get an idea, because it's like I'm allowed to be disappointed in people. I'm disappointed in politicians all the time. I'm disappointed in neighbors. I'm disappointed in a lot of people. You're allowed to be disappointed in people. But Abba wants credit where credit is not due. And you give him credit where credit is not due. He wasn't listening to people. Lots of women came forward, myself included. I made excuses thinking I just believe Destiny. Okay, so we're all responsible for not doing the due diligence. The difference is I at least thought I was a little bit more of a credible source, but I guess I was just another girl. Abba didn't change his mind because girls came forward. He changed his mind because Destiny was facing a felony. He changed his mind because it was bad for his brand. Okay, and I'll show you that in a second. Let me get it out. Hold on. I have so many videos. And wait until I get to CJ the X and FD Signifier, who I love. Well, I love FD. Wait until I get into that. Not that I'm going to have receipts on them, but I'm going to have a point I'm going to make with them wanting to build a bridge with Kyla, who still won't refuse to stand with Destiny. We'll talk about that, okay? This is all connected, girls. It's all connected. It's all connected. Okay, just a reminder of who Abba is. Hold on, this is like really important. I was definitely disappointed when Abba and...
After you donate...
My bad, bro. That was crazy loud. Okay, I was definitely disappointed. And the disappointment started pretty early. So I always knew Abba and Preach were transphobes and homophobes. But I saw a great change in them, right? I saw an amazing change. And I was like, oh, they're growing. But it wasn't enough. And y'all used to call me out on that, right? Y'all kept trying to tell me, Brittany, Abba and Preach aren't, you know, they're not learning. They're not doing good. And I was like, well, maybe they will, though. Fingers crossed. Like, maybe they will. And I really believed in that. And I still believe in it. I just don't want to do the emotional labor. But I was doing it. Every time Abba and I would talk, I would really try to see him where he was coming from and give him his flowers. But we obviously disagreed. It was like, I was the progressive in the bubble that nobody treated like a progressive. And then I realized it's like, oh, because you guys aren't progressive. I knew Abba wasn't progressive. But I kept thinking there must be something progressive here, right? Like there must be something here. And like, that's the problem. What is it? So then I saw FD Signifier say that he would debate Destiny if Destiny donated 10K. Here's the video. I'll show it to you. It's going to be loud. Hold on.
25K.
Okay, bye.
Come on your stream. After you donate 25K to community movement builders here in Atlanta to address the Stop Cop City movement.
Okay. So FD says if you raise $25,000, right, for activists, I will come on your show. And I thought, damn, that's really good. Right? That's really good. That's amazing. And what did Abba and Destiny do? They donated $10,000 to the cops. This is Destiny, okay? Sorry for the delay, FD. Some of us work and have busy lives, though. Can't believe you couldn't wait 4 days for your 10,000 anti-police fund donation. So I went ahead and just donated 10K to the Atlanta Police Department. Okay. Right? That is the shittiest thing. That's so gross. That's so gross, right? And what's even crazier is like, Abba had the audacity and continues to have the audacity to be like, I'm not one of them, but I'm in there. But also, to be fair to Abba, he did somewhat hold himself accountable for even being in it in the first place. But, okay. And hold on, wait, I don't want to lose my train of thought. Wait. FD signifier, Abba. I just thought of something else. I'll remember again. I'm really going off the cuff here. This is what Abba put out after basically the Victims of Destiny came out.
Title. I stand behind it. It's not baked. It's not a
It says Destiny Bridge Burning.
joke. Destiny's getting canceled, all right? And the reason being this time is that he supposedly had an intimate relationship with some women. And what he would do is when he would film intimate moments with these ladies, record them, he would share some of these with other women he was approaching. In one case, he shared it with a 19-year-old e-girl who he had never met in his life, and he was flirting with her and shared videos of himself sleeping with another person without their consent. Essentially, the 19-year-old gets hacked, and that stuff goes public. The person who was in the videos finds out, loses their mind, files a lawsuit asking Destiny for a huge sum of money. And then, it comes out thereafter that Destiny apparently...
Listen to the language. Loses her mind, asks Destiny for a bunch of money. Already the misogyny is coming out. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the misogyny of it all. Listen to the framing. Listen to the framing. And tell me that I'm not annoyed with these men who are shocked that I think they're all misogynists.
He had also recorded a lot of other women while they were in his apartments without their consent. So this has kind of gotten bigger and bigger since. We're back. Me specifically. Where's Preach? Preach busy.
So they've been gone for a few weeks, but look at the way he's handling this video. So the Abba and Preach had been on vacation. And then this thing happened and everybody was like, is Abba going to say something? Look at the way he downplays the video. He dances. It's funny. It's all lighthearted. Your friend is a predator. Our coworker is a predator. Our coworker is a predator. And you are downplaying it. I had no idea this was happening. I don't think Abba knew either. But when I found out, I was so mortified. I was devastated because now you start wondering, did he record me? Am I being recorded? I heard he was recording people in his bathroom allegedly. And I was like, I use his bathroom. And I was sitting there what the hell is happening? It was so devastating. Okay. And look at Abba coming out.
You know what I mean? Out there doing gay shit with his wife. Me, I'm here for you guys right now.
Okay, so he's showing videos of Preach having fun on vacation.
I can go spend time on the internet to talk about white on white violence. You are bugging. And if you guys are wondering where Preach is.
Okay, cute, Preach is having fun. But this is serious. Can you please focus?
One woman that each of us are going to defend in our lives. For him, it's his wife. For me, it's a streamer named Destiny. And, we got to do our job. So this is my responsibility. I'm going to handle her. Now, some of you guys know, Destiny is a friend of mine. Okay. And you might be confused why I decided to come out dripped out from my friend's cancellation. You know what I'm saying?
I remember seeing a video from Abba and Preach. I couldn't find it. But I remember seeing it and thinking, I think so highly of Abba. And it was a video about not inviting people to the get-together who did bad shit. And I thought he's going to stand up for justice. I had seen so many videos of Abba saying he would stand up for victims, and I wanted to believe him. So when I saw this, I was like, when I reached out to him, I was like, do you know what I mean? Chat says, Brittany, imagine what the boys talked about when you weren't there. That's what I mean. God knows. God knows. Okay? And I get it. And by the way, look, I know, and I'm not, never.
Looking kind of fresh. And again, you fucking idiot! This is a fairly serious matter, and people want to hear my opinions. And I'll be honest with you, for all the bad things that are happening to Destiny, I don't feel bad. The reason why I don't feel...
And I will say, nothing in private ever happened with Abba that was bad. I will say that he was really nice. He was incredibly generous and very kind. And we did, this is, when we went to Miami, we shared an Airbnb together. He was an incredible gentleman. Okay. Very courteous, paid for the Airbnb, very just generous, right? Very nice person. Spent the whole weekend talking to me about D&D, which, so I had nothing bad about Abba in private that I could think about. The only thing that stood out to me about these people is they thought I was crazy, that I don't lie to my partner, that I practice radical honesty with my partners. That was the only thing everybody was like, that's crazy. And I was like, yeah, I practice radical honesty with my partner. I trust them. I trust them like I trust myself, and I'm honest with myself. But that's the thing. People aren't honest with themselves. That's why Destiny can get on stream and say, oh, I'm normal. I don't have any problems. My life is great. Well, knowing that he's having an affair and he has cheating allegations and he's an abusive asshole, because we don't have good relationships with ourselves. So of course, you know, I'm sitting there like, of course I don't lie to my partner. That's the only conversation we ever had that made me look at everybody with a raised eyebrow, even Abba. But otherwise, every interaction was great, genuinely. So it was a big disappointment that he couldn't walk the walk when it came to it. Because look at the downplay.
So bad, and this might surprise some of you because some of you don't know this. Me and Destiny have spoken about his dating behavior for a very long time. We've talked about it on stream, off stream, and I've always been very vocal about the fact that I think he's very fucking dysfunctional with how he handles his dating life, with how he prioritizes pleasure over everything else. And I think the root of a lot of these issues in this whole situation is that he prioritizes his own selfish desires over other people's well-being, over.
But he's not, see how the way he's talking about it is the same way I genuinely thought. This is why I'm saying I had the same attitude when Destiny and Melina were coming to me about their relationship. That, hey, you guys are toxic. You're not treating each other well. You got to stop doing this to each other. And I wasn't understanding the gravity of the situation. Then I find out about Lauren before I come to Miami, okay? I had just learned about Lauren right before I was about to meet everybody for the first time. And I was like, oh. And then, okay, and then I didn't even know about everything else. The fact that Abba is doing this, well, knowing what he did to those girls, that's what I'm saying. What does a man have to do for you to admit he's a predator? What does your boy have to do before it's too far? Okay? So when I say that there is a correlation between all of this high school with money and the downplaying of the abuse, it's there. But trust me when I say this, like, most of the petty shit that happens on the left is petty fucking shit. Most of the shit that happens with these centrist liberals and conservatives is some fucked up shit. I will say, out of all my lived experiences, whether it was me having a sandwich with Abigail Thorne, which by the way was very lovely. Abigail was actually lovely. We had a very quick, very non-personal lunch with a group of people. Okay. She was really lovely when I met her. Natalie was anxious and fucked up, but she wasn't like Destiny, okay? Lindsay was rude and a mean girl, but she wasn't like Destiny as far as I know. Okay, Dan and H-Bomber Guy, they have the ego, but they're not Destiny. Destiny is Destiny. He's literally a predator that he gets to be on the internet as the guy who stands up for women. I'll show you this in a second. Let me show you how normies view Destiny, because that's what I was thinking a little bit when I came into the space. Let me show you his branding on TikTok after this video, but this video is important. Because there's two different views of Destiny. The guy who fights MAGA guys and red pillars and defends women, and the guy who blames cluster Bs for all his problems. The men who joke about how women, right? Like like about their sexual assaults and about their stuff, but like jokes. Remember that Destiny is the guy who on a panel with me and Abba said he'd rather be he'd rather be raped by a man than punched in the face. Because this man is so afraid of conflict and physical fighting, he goes for your reputation. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Destiny will go for your reputation. That's how he fights you. That's why he's downplaying what he did to these girls, because he didn't physically beat them. He emotionally abused them and gaslit them and filmed them against their consent. Everyone's going to downplay it. Because Destiny doesn't get violent. Destiny gets revenge. Destiny doesn't get violent, right? Chat said, people think Destiny is some defender of women. Wait until I show you guys, because it shocks me to the core, my core, every time I see it. Every time I see it, I'm like, there he is. Destiny. Everyone thinks he's such a good guy to women. You know, Chat says, didn't he say he was violent with his first wife? I think he was the victim of that abuse situation. But I think Destiny also said that Steven Crowder, I know Destiny said that Steven Crowder wasn't abusive, and that we can't know that. So Destiny is abusive. But from my understanding, I think he was the one being physically beat by his wife during that relationship, I believe. Okay, listen to Abba say this video.
What's good for his business and his career, and now it's costing him more.
See, listen to that. Listen to what he just said. Listen to what he just said.
I think the root of a lot of these issues in this whole situation is that he prioritizes his own selfish desires over other people's well-being, over what's good for his business and his career, and now it's costing him more. It cost him already some things in the past, and he's always been very much in denial about how it affects him negatively, and now it's costing him even more. And I'm, to this day, not entirely sure if he's ready to really acknowledge the impact it has on him.
Do you think I'm self-destructive?
This is the video clip. Abba is showing this in his video, But this is the video clip that I reference when I say even ABBA called Destiny out on his hedonism. And Destiny's like, when? When has ABBA ever done this? But ABBA does. I just wish ABBA could have followed up. And I'm waiting. I am open. If not to being friends with ABBA, but I'm open to hearing. I would love to see a video from ABBA saying that Destiny is a predator. I shouldn't have watered down the video. I should have been honest. I should have said he belongs. He's dangerous to people. He's dangerous. And that's the problem. People won't see him as dangerous. I mean, people are still doing political events with him. And I get it if you don't know. I really do. I empathize if you genuinely don't know. But that's why I say from now on, I'm going to try my best to do research and just tell people if there's anything about this person, tell me now. Because I did not know most of the stuff about Destiny. You know what I mean?
Shit, though.
Yeah. If you engage in hedonism, I would say you're self-destructive. I say the same thing about Destiny. I think he can be self-destructive, and I don't think.
And from a philosophical perspective, I also think hedonism is bad. I'm not a fan of it, and I don't agree.
Entirely disagree.
So I completely disagree. I don't think I'm self-destructive at all.
Hold up. I was actually curious. You don't think that to some degree your hedonism doesn't bite you in the ass?
Nope. I think I have a really good engagement with most of my hobbies. I think I do it pretty well. I think that my mental functioning is very high. I think my career is incredibly successful. There are parts of my life that I can.
Pause. Actually, chat, you're so smart. It says Destiny doesn't want to feel superior physically. He wants to feel superior mentally. That's why his abuse looks like. When he talked to Dr. K, and he told Dr. K, I identify solely with my mind, and I can't imagine anyone identifying with their body. That's exactly it. He wants to be the smartest person in the conversation. So that tells him he's right. If he's the smartest person in the room, he must be right no matter what he does. Remember when I said you can't trust Destiny politically if he's abusing people behind closed doors and cheating on people? And he said, what does my personal life have to do with my politics? Everything. It should matter. That's why I say stop building bridges with these people. And that's why I love young progressives, because young progressives aren't going to build bridges with these people. But millennials will. Millennials will, which is why I'm going to comment about CJ the X and JREG and FD Signifier. Even though I like them, I think it's interesting. Their desire to want to make moves. I have a video. I'm going to show you. It's disappointing, but I get it because they work in politics and I don't. I don't want to win at any cost. I don't want to build bridges with abusers. I don't want to build bridges with people who do this. But that's why I'm not in politics. I'm in philosophy because I'm about what's true, right? But let me explain it to you because I don't think they're evil for wanting to do it, right? Chet said, I don't think CJ is a millennial. Well, I don't think CJ is a millennial either. I'm pretty sure they're Gen Z. But that's not the point, right? When I mention the millennials, I mean the millennials, guys. When I mention the Gen Z, I will mention Gen Z. But I meant, sorry, in my head, you're right. In my head, I was referencing just the collab that Kyla, Erudite, and CJ did with FD, that the collab they did, that's what I was referencing. Not that they are Gen Z, right? Okay, sorry. We have a few more minutes of this video to watch because I think ABBA mentions me subtweeting. Tell me if you guys think so, because I'm not sure. And I'm curious what you guys think.
Prove, but I think that people look at some of the standard markers for trouble and they for some reason project a ton of stuff onto me, but I think I'm living like one of the healthiest, fullest lives that I possibly could be.
Constantly having poor relationships with women over a long period of time, or in other situations, STDs, different things like that. Eventually that hedonism comes back to bite them in the life, and they also recognize they could have invested that time a lot better.
So wait, what do you ask us about this? Like, what was your idea of this?
Yeah, it's not like I have like 100 kids and 5 million STDs and like...
No, you just constantly...
Yeah, it's not like I have 100 kids and a bunch of STDs. No, you have recorded videos of women that you've shared. You violated consent. You had an affair with Lauren Southern.
No, okay, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Well, you might as well, but no, you drop the accusation, go for it. You just constantly say it. No, say it.
This, right?
No, shut up, Melina, shut up. Let him talk. What do you mean? Constantly anything you do in life that's going to increase like your ability to like have fun or do like crazy stuff or whatever is always going to carry with it like the risk of death, right?
Absolutely.
Like you have no chance of dying by falling.
See how good this sounds? Like he sounds like he's making a really good argument, right? Like, remember when we were doing the collab in Miami with all of us together and I said, would you rather have Lav and Mr. Girl in your life or Melina? And he said, well, if Melina made me choose, I'd pick Mr. Girl and Lav because I want the choice to engage in the danger. Now, do I think this correlates with his impulsive issues with ADHD? Yes. Do I think ADHD makes you a bad person? No, I think your values do. I do not think borderline makes you a bad person. I think your values do. Period. So yeah, does he have impulse control because he won't get it together? Yes, but it's his values that ultimately allow him to do these things. It's ultimately his values. And that's the point.
of a plane unless you go skydiving. But that's not an argument. It's never skydiving.
But it is an argument against maybe skydiving 1,000 times if you don't want to die that way.
Well, if you want to skydive 1,000 times, then fucking skydive 1,000 times. Like, what's wrong? Damn, what happened to all the self-empowerment shit that you guys were talking about earlier?
I mean, it just depends on whether or not you want that outcome. If you're saying like, oh, I don't want this kind of destructive thing, or I don't want to end up dying by skydiving, then maybe don't skydive every other day.
Yeah, but I'm not complaining about that. You guys are. If your lifestyle choices are like, damn, I would never want to deal with like a crazy girl or anything like that, that's totally valid. I think it's totally fine. I accept that that's probably true for most people. But like, I'm okay with the trade-off on that for like all the benefits that I get. I like a lot of people. I like traveling a lot. I like doing drugs. I like my stream shit. That's like super fun for me. To be like, well, doesn't bad stuff happen sometimes? So you shouldn't do it. That doesn't compute to me. Like, I feel like I'm living a super amazing life, and I feel like there's a lot of shit that happens all the time. I understand it might be a lot for some people, but it seems weird to be like, oh, well, I think that you're like secretly like hurting or damaged inside because of some negative outcomes. Like,
or to others, because I think the main thing with this is you have to think about the activity. The activity involves hurting others. Like even Destiny, as good as he is at what he does, probably could admit he's broken a lot of hearts. He's disappointed a lot of women. He's made.
I agree. Discord, YouTube chat says I'm behind, but Destiny gives these responses to you and Abba about his life is so robotic and rehearsed. 100%, which is why it sounds good to people. It sounds good to people because he already has like a comeback, but it's not, and the results are obvious. And then that's why when he was going through the divorce with Melina and wasn't talking about Lauren Southern, I wasn't sure if I should speak up because I was so annoyed that he was allowing the internet to paint Melina as some like cheating whore when the reality was that behind the scenes, he was cheating with Lauren Southern. Lauren was going through a divorce. Everything was messy. And it was just like the craziest situation in which they begged us not to tell anybody because they were working on their marriage. And then by the time it came out, I wasn't talking to anyone anymore. So by the time their divorce happened, I was no longer in contact with Destiny or Melina. Right?
A lot of people upset. It's not just how he feels about it. When you involve other people in this kind of pursuit of pleasure, other people get hurt as well. I'll stand by what I said at the beginning. I don't feel bad for Steven whatsoever because he knew what he was getting into. He was brazen about it. When he was warned, when he said, hey, this is a bad idea, this is a bad lifestyle, he said, I don't care. I want to have fun. It's fun for me. That's why I like these mentally ill women. That's why I like doing this stuff.
Pause. These mentally ill women, their mental illness isn't the problem. It's their values. And that's why I thought it was bullshit when my values were obviously clearly so different and I didn't engage in certain ways and yet I was thrown under the bus. But these women do have value issues, but it's not the women and their mental illness that's the problem. It's the fact that Destiny manipulated everyone to use their mental illness against these women to prove that he was correct. Well, he was abusing them. He was mentally manipulating Anna Var, okay, who I also have no interest in talking to. I blocked her early on because she harassed me on the internet. And I was like, girl. And I know she's going through it. But he was sexting her, was involved with her while telling the internet she was stalking him. Do you know what I'm saying? And like, I think this is such a tangled amount of web. Let me just pull up the paint really fast, guys, to kind of move us through this. Because I want to show you why I think... What's happening here? Hold on. Hello? Oh, that's why. Okay. So I said this the other day on stream, but I think it's important, okay? So there's a YouTuber like Destiny and Contra whose career goes up, but their mental health goes down. Okay? These are the Destinys and the Contras. The more fucked up they are mentally, I swear to God, their content gets better. Okay? So it's like a comedian. Comedians are always afraid of getting therapy because like maybe their comedy won't be as funny. I always said Sneeko would have been poor had he gotten the right kind of therapy. I always said Sneeko had the potential to really be a good person, but he would have been poor. And I think that shows in a lot of leftist content. Like we don't make a lot of money, but that's because we often make decisions that are more moral and ethical. So we don't get the bag, period. Abba and Preach make so much money being misogynists and homophobes and transphobes. Okay. Yes, they spend their time ragging on the red pill, but they're still not much different. You know, they're like, the red pillars are like, no consent matters. I'm just going to kiss a girl if I want. Abba and Preacher, like, you should ask if you should kiss her. And I'm saying you should also, before you kiss her, make sure she has informed consent. And they're like, too much work. And I'm like, okay, it's like they're better than Myron, but they're not like better than FD. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not better than all these other men who are deconstructing. And I give FD a lot of credit, even though he's a straight man, because he seems to be more into valuing people who are trans and who are, gay and who are progressive and all these other things, which I appreciate, right? Okay. So there's these YouTubers whose career goes up as their mental health goes down. Okay. But at the same time as their careers are going up and going down, their real lives are in turmoil, right? So like they are not having a relationship with self. And the relationship with self is impacting, let me put in different colors. Is impacting their career, okay, and their personal life. And then on top of that, they've got layers of the world is fucked up, everything is horrible, what do we do? Oh my gosh. And then on top of that, it's like, oh, now you're responsible, now do something about it. And it's like, oh my gosh. And then it's like, oh, by the way, also you have kids and siblings and responsibilities and family members. And it's like, oh my God. And then, oh my gosh, the economy. Have I brought up the economy yet? It's like, and then you have a Contra who loses it on Reddit or freaks out on Twitter. You have a Destiny that doubles down and goes, I'm just going to be good at work and abandon my kid. You have Elon and Trump having their fight in public with the nuclear codes. We have like all of these things that are happening. And I'm saying, everybody breathe. Tackle each line one at a time or some in conjunction until it starts to become a clear image. Breathe, 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 breathe until it gets to the point where nothing's left but you. Who are you in relation to the world and in relation to yourself? What do you believe? What do you stand for? What do you want for the world? And how do you show up in the world in a way that coincides with those values? Breathe. I know it's a lot. I'm not going to ask you to be perfect, girlies, but I am going to point out when we're definitely being imperfect. Okay? So when I call out ABBA or anybody else, I'm not calling out you as a human. I'm calling out the person that is presented in your YouTube channel. And I understand if you guys want to hold me to the fire as well. Do it. Right? Like, be like, Brittany, but you said this here. Listen, if my content is 6 months old, it's probably out of date. But you need to do that, right? Chat says, well, I understand this. I think it's more to do with where your motivation is. I always say these things. Some people are motivated by the idea of success and the other people, the fear of failing, for sure. Yeah. Like, everyone's motivated by completely different things. And I think it's really important that we figure it out. Like, I know my motivation. As an example, I come to my work with a very specific idea in mind, right? I believe we're evolved animals on the planet, right? Like, I believe we're evolved animals on a planet. I expect very little from people. I think we give ourselves too much credit. But the little that I expect isn't really about giving ultimatums. It's about doing what I'm going to do. You keep doing what you're going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But what matters to me is what I do, not really what you do. I don't care what you do. I care what I do. And I think all of us should be caring about what we do, because right now what we are is we're destinies. Destiny will say, well, if you're going to be like this, then I'm going to be like this. And I said, no matter how they are, you have to be better. The vanguards, who I don't like to watch, go, well, if the Republicans are going to be like this, the Democrats should be like this. No. And I know you're thinking, oh, you want to play nice with Republicans. I don't even think you should be talking to Republicans. You should be good to your neighbors. But I don't even think Republican politicians, I don't want to build bridges with them. But as long as you fight with them, you're building a bridge. But yeah, you keep doing you.
That's why I can't keep my dick in my pants. It's because it's fun. Well, I'm like, all right, then. When it fucking inevitably blows up in your face, I'm not going to have no sympathy for you. You can be my friend, my worst enemy. I don't give a fuck. If you engage in behavior repeatedly after you're warned, fuck around and find out. And that's what Steven's doing. But I don't want to make it just sound like a happenstance, a hedonism. That no, some of this stuff is also just morally bad in regards to what he did with recording these women and all this other shit. And if he gets sued for it, he loses money, then it is what it is too.
See? Yeah, he was like morally bad. He should have done it. If he gets sued, it is what it is. Your friend is like Diddy, bro, but less. Your friend is a light Diddy, and you're acting like it's just like what? That's what I'm saying. Listen to the way he's talking about it. Like, your friend is literally a serial predator. What are you talking about? Why are you downplaying it like that? In what world can we ever record people against their consent and share it? In what world could we even take a recorded video of somebody and share it?
You do the crime, you do the time, right? So no, all these people will be like, oh, Abba, stick by him, he's your friend. I already told y'all. If my friend goes out and murders a bunch of people, I don't give a fuck, send his ass to jail. And if my friend does some shit like what Steven just did and he's gonna lose a bunch of money, I'm not gonna cry. All right? I would tell my friends and I would warn them beforehand, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. You go and do it. Then, hey, man, that's your problem.
See, it's like this idea of, yeah, he's too casual. Thank you, Chad. He's way too casual about it. And that's the disappointment. When are we gonna stop being casual about predatory behavior? Like, when are we going to stop being casual about it? And no wonder Trump got elected. No wonder people voted for a rapist, because we are way too fucking casual with abuse towards women or abuse, sexual abuse at all. We're way too casual about it.
Bro, you didn't listen to me. You're not gonna get my sympathy at this point. Nope. My sympathy is for when a tragedy happens, not when the inevitable does. Yeah, what you're hearing from me right now is disappointment and a bit of anger, but I'm angry at myself. Let me say. You know, if there's anything that this situation and that most of the people in these online spaces have taught me, is that these are not serious people. The problems are not serious. The way they engage with relationships is not serious. It's a lot of juvenile bullshit. You know,
I disagree that it's in this space. I think it's everywhere. I think it's in politics. I think Abba's a part of it. I'm a part of it. And I think that's why we have to be on the healthier side of it. I think adulthood, period, is high school with money. Even the adults in my life who think they're so mature and so the elder in the community are still voting for Trump, are still making fun of trans people with blue hair, are still fucking pro-Russia, are still fucking 50 years old dating 25-year-olds. Y'all want to pretend you're the adults in the room? Then why are you dating children? Like, let's be so fucking for real. You're the adults in the room, but you're fucking acting like a little bitch when things don't go right. Like, no, we're not the adults in the room. We're certainly not working on it. We have to be, though. And I don't think Abba is any more the adult in the room as much as he wants to give him credit for being. I think he's still got a lot to deconstruct. And that's why I say I'm not there either. I know for a fact that I am not the adult in the room yet. I'm an adult. You know, I go to work, I pay my bills. But I really want to get to the point where, like, when I get to 40, that's my kind of goal, is to really deconstruct. Because, you know, a lot of autistic people are late bloomers. I'm trying to be there. Okay? So you can throw me under the bus too. But that's the problem. It's like, we are high school with money, right?
While I was on vacation, I was just hearing glimmers about this stuff. I was like, yo, turn that shit off. Because I'll be honest with you, if you touch grass and you hear this stuff, you're like, y'all some fucking losers. You realize, like, this is a story about socially retarded people, mentally ill people, all engaging in sexual behaviors and sexual, like, and they're not ready for it. You know, but I also have to have some humility and admit that I've tethered myself to that world. I entertain, I dip my toes into it. And,
he's right.
You know, having spent some time there, was it a bit entertaining? Sure, but it was entertaining like it was when you go to the zoo and you see a bunch of freak animals.
See how he's separating himself from it? I get the need to do that. I want to separate myself from it as well. But the truth is I did it again. I got involved in a community online, and I feel like I could have avoided it if I really did my research. And I think it's wrong to think that I was above it. I just think that I was the healthier version, but I think I gotta be better at picking and choosing my collabs, bros. I gotta start being better, including collabing with Abba, including collabing with Sneeko, or any of these other people that I was trying to, like, quote, build bridges with. Collabing with Kyla? See, here's the thing. That's what I'm saying. I don't even think it's healthy or good to collab with Kyla. So when I saw CJ the X and FD do it, it was like, why are we building a bridge with her? Because she is still pro-Destiny. So why are we building a bridge with her? And that's what I'm saying. I think in politics, you have to build bridges with shitty people, but I'm not in politics, so I don't have to do shit. Okay? And that's why Contra's pissing people off, because she keeps wanting to build bridges with shitty people, and the rest of us are like, no, don't do that. And everyone's like, you're too spoiled. You want a perfect outcome. You want people to be perfect before you collab with them. It's like, no. Chet says, you don't think there was a world where you pull these people in your direction? You don't think there was a world where you pull these people in your direction? Well, look, I don't know what that means by it, but Abba reached out to me first. I knew him first before I knew Destiny. Sneeko reached out to me first because I make content about them. So yeah, sure. Justin Waller DM'd me because I made a video about him. Sure. Like, you know, Destiny, I reached out to him because a viewer recommended it and I said, sure. So I did reach out to him. But yeah, I make content about these people. I make content about Ethan. I'm sure Ethan's people know who I am. No doubt. If they know who Papa Gut is, they know who I am. They just don't like me, which is good, but they don't like me enough to go for me. So I have a theory that nobody ever fights with me or makes videos about me, because honestly, I really do think I'm the healthiest person. Not ever. There are FD's healthy. Michael Burns is healthy. Like, a lot of people are healthy. But I think that I talk about this content enough in a way that keeps me away from being in the nonsense, you know? But of course, I'm going to make myself aware to them, but it's my job not to answer the DMs. Like, it's my job not to do that, right? Right? Chad says, I think they mean if you build a bridge, you'd influence them, but I'm not sure. Oh, are you saying like you want to, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I I'm not sure that would work on anything. You're saying if you bring them in. Yeah, chat says, was Justin Waller the guy who asked you not to bring up his associations? Yeah. So Justin Waller was like, hey, I want to do a video with you, but you can't bring up my relationship with Andrew Tate. And I was like, nah, like, I don't know about that, bro. I was like, sure. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, chat said, I'm surprised that Ethan Klein hasn't come for you. I don't think they can. I genuinely, a part of me is like, I don't want them to, but I don't know what they were being mad about. Like, I try really hard just to like be very matter of fact to the best of my ability, even though I'm like sassy. I think I want everyone to get better though. I want Ethan to get better. I just don't think any of us have to do the emotional labor. Do you know what I mean? I think people keep wanting us, like, we don't have to do the emotional labor for Contra. Let her go. You know? Just like let her go. Let her be a millennial who's angry at the youth. I'm going to read her letter. It's so funny. But like, it's like she's going through something. Go to therapy. But listen to this.
Do a bunch of circus monkey tricks. That's it. And now that it's gotten to the point where it's kind of spilling over into real life and you're realizing that these people behind closed doors are doing weird shit, it's time to take a step back and be like, okay, we've had our fun at the zoo. It's closing up. Time to head home. I'm not interested in being part of the act. I'm not interested.
Me neither,
in
right?
Being
good. I'm glad he's not. I'm glad he distanced himself. I wish it was for a better reason though.
In the enclosure. I'm not interested in befriending any of the other freak animals that they want to bring in. It's just a weird assortment of people. And it's just it's so different than my real life. Like, why am I wasting time with this? This is not beneficial for my business. This is not beneficial for my personal life. I'm not learning.
See, he says it's not beneficial for my business or my personal life. So he's not disowning Destiny because Destiny's a predator. He's disowning him because it's not beneficial anymore. But had it stayed beneficial, would he have burned the bridge?
Anything about social interaction. So I have nothing to gain by being around this. And despite Destiny being my friend, there's a lot of things that I just don't agree with that I don't want to be associated with. To keep a long story short, for those of you asking like, all right, well, Ab, what are you going to do going forward? This is a conversation I had with Steven already. I just told him I wouldn't show up on any of his stuff in the future. And I don't think that's that big of a deal because at the end of the day, he's going to be doing mostly political stuff from now on. So it's probably for the best. But I just don't want to be associated with it. And there's a few different reasons. I'm going to try to go with it. And I'll kind of just break down everything. But there's a couple things I got to get out the way. One, listen, I might be the only person in this orbit who hasn't fucked one of these women, including Destiny herself. I'm not friends with any of these people. I don't talk to them really offline. So I kind of just keep my distance. And that's generally true for me and most content creators. So you don't see us doing too many collaborations. I don't hang out with these people. This whole idea that I wouldn't criticize Destiny, I think that's also nonsense. If you spend any time watching debates between me and him, we argue, we yell, we get very animated, and we disagree strongly.
Yes, but when I DM'd you, you said nothing Destiny is doing is enough, and you don't agree with me that it's bad enough. And that's the part where I'm like, our values are different. So Abbott can say he's different than Destiny and all this other stuff, and though I get it, but after that point, when was it enough? Like, what could Destiny do that's enough for him? And I get that, you know, Abbott was very critical of me being nice to Sneeko. But to me, Sneeko and Destiny are the same. They're literally the same to me. So I always thought it was interesting that Abbott was so critical of me being kind to Sneeko, even though I dropped Sneeko the moment 2 women came out, right? The moment 2 girls came out, I was out. But the fact that girls kept coming out about Steven and his destruction in different ways, not as bad as we, it got, but that wasn't enough.
And there's dozens of debates. So this idea that I wouldn't take a stand if I saw something I didn't like, I think people can't understand why I'd be friends with him, or they can't understand why I would agree with anything he says. And so the only thing in their head is like, okay, it must be friendship or whatever. I don't operate that way. If I disagree with you, Preach is my brother, and I disagree with him every day. So if you don't think I'm not going to disagree with Destiny, you bugging, okay? And there's a lot of content creators who, they thought we was cool, and I disagree with something they said, now they don't want to talk no more. So
is he talking about me? That's what I can't figure out. I watched this video and I was like, are you talking about me? Because he was shocked that I ended our connection. But like, why were you shocked? I literally told you why. And then I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he's talking about me. But I was like, yeah, I want him to be shocked if that's the case. I think he should wonder, like, I can't believe Brittany doesn't want to talk to me just because I'm staying in contact with Destiny. But that's what I want people to get. Like, do you know why though? Right? That's what I want people to understand. I don't know though, maybe not. Okay, so then Abba gets diagnosed with ADHD and makes a video titled I Was Wrong and has a thumbnail of Destiny in it, right? And that pissed me off too, because I'm like, you're doing it again, dude. You're downplaying his predatory behavior. So
this is called retrospect.
Okay, so we're not gonna watch this video. I just want to reference the pinned comment. So he makes a video called I Was Wrong, ... And he has a picture of Destiny in the thumbnail. And I'm like, why would you do that? And it's him saying he got diagnosed with ADHD, which cool, right? The pinned comment says Abba and Destiny bridge being rebuilt, ? He says, no, LOL. This will never happen. I get that is something some viewers desire, but it's not happening. He said, fuck FD Signifier. Any black man who spreads a great deal of time gatekeeping blackness can kick rocks. I guess people thought that because I was not involved in Destiny that I'd be willing to suck off a bunch of socialists like Hassan or FD. None of my politics has changed, so it's a hard pass for me. Okay. Okay, so are we clear with the continued disappointment and misunderstanding? Look, I don't love Hassan, okay? But it's funny that he's mad FD will gatekeep blackness, but he's not mad that they're bothering to gatekeep womanness in their content. Anyways, so fine, his beliefs. So now Abba's done, right? He's not interested in being progressive. He's not even interested in thinking about it. And by the way, I don't even identify as a socialist. I don't identify with systems. I think that's weird, but that's because my life doesn't revolve around politics, even though I'm political. I vote, I clean up, I protest, I do whatever in different ways. Like I've done so much throughout my life, but I never identified really as a capitalist. I don't identify with like systems. I just want to be a good person. Okay. So like you can be a good person and support progressive values. But if you think being a progressive means you're a socialist instead of being a progressive means liberation for all, that's the problem. Okay. I want liberation for all. That's what I want. Who's going to give me that? Right? Okay. Now, this relates and overlaps, and again, to everything happening with Contra. Let me bring up Contra really fast so we can talk about FD and CJ the X, because I think it all relates. This is so fun for me, guys. Thank you for being here. I really love doing this, and I wish everybody the best. But, you know, this is why I'm critical of people, because I think people aren't as healed or deconstructed as they think they are. They just like to call themselves like a leftist or get positioned as one, right? Chet says, Abba has always been a red pill conservative. Have you all seen his videos all these years? Yes, we know, Habibi. I don't know why you're yelling at us. We never thought he wasn't. We were just hoping he would eventually be more left because we were building bridges. Keep up. We know. Nobody ever thought he was a liberal or a leftist. But since we're talking about building bridges, that's what we were trying to do. We were trying to have a conversation about how do we build bridges with well-intentioned people, right? Chad says red pill conservative. I don't think he was. He definitely was, girls. Go back and watch their original content. He was red pill adjacent. He was not as bad as the red pillars today, but he was what I would call very much red pill. Yeah, go back and watch his original content. But I never thought he was a liberal. I was hoping he would become more so, which, okay. So Contra puts out this post on Reddit, okay, because everyone's like mad at her about Twitter and Cavernacle and all the other stuff. So first, I just need to know you to know as an autistic person, I read this. Thoughts on, I thought this said IP, and I was like, IP? Like an IP address? IP, what is she talking about? IP, what's IP? She didn't even, just write Israel-Palestine. Just put Israel-Palestine. Why'd you even give me a second to doubt what you were talking about? Like my brain is like, just spell the words out, girl. It felt like she's coping already, okay? Chat says, or this is Contra. She says, this was posted 2 days ago. She said, I'm posting this to Reddit instead of Twitter, hopefully to minimize fragments being clipped out of context. Sincerest apologies to the mods. So many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. I have posted about Gaza occasionally, and I have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations. But I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions, so here they are. We're in for it, girls. Ren, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. So already I'm getting the JK Rowling vibes. I just want to protect women. Okay. I'm getting Ethan Klein. I want to fight as a Jew for other Jews. Okay. I know this feeling. because I've had moments like this in my life. So here's why I want to be deeply empathetic to Contra. I, one, get incredibly triggered. My PDA gets instantly triggered when people want me to care about something they care about. I need you to know this. If you really want me to care about something you care about, I recommend you just, hey, Britt, have you heard about this? Would be so open to hearing your thoughts. But if you come in my chat and you're like, you need to talk about this, I will get triggered. I'm not saying it's good. I'm working on it. I'm trying to catch myself before it happens. But I think it stems from growing up in a conservative home where it feels like all the responsibility is on you. And if you don't do it, you're the worst person ever. Now, because I want to be the adult in the room, I would really love to age into my 40s, being able to handle those responsibilities while still being open with boundaries. So I think Chappell Roan and Contra and Brittany Broski run into a dilemma of building a platform on liberation, but aren't actually queer liberated. They're normie liberated. They co-opt queer culture from a normie perspective, and because they're just weird enough, but normie enough, they get to play the game of being interesting to normies, but not actually liberated enough for leftist communities, in my opinion. Okay? Ren, thank you so much for the super chat. I super appreciate it. And chat really fast, I'm going to deviate for a second. Do you ever find PDA triggered with your partner? I think sometimes I do, and I feel really bad about it. Yes, when it comes to chores. Like, we both can get upset when we're already doing something, and then the other person's like, hey, can you do this thing? And you're like, I'm already doing it. P.S. Textbook neurodivergency. Textbook. Not special, not unique, textbook. Don't overthink it. Give yourself some room. Take a deep breath and realize, God, we are neurodivergent, aren't we? Laugh about it and give yourself a second to regulate. You are literally going to feel this way. It is why neurodivergency is actually partially a disability, because it actually kind of fucks up your day. I've been triggered from like PDA miscommunication, and it fucks up my whole day, and it's nobody's fault. It's just your brain. So take a deep breath, and just breathe. Not a big deal, but it is very much the part of the disability nobody really pays attention to because they think it's just quirky to be ADHD and autistic. So quirky. Yeah, you're disabled. Get over it. Like, focus. Okay, right? So major empathy for being in a situation where you really feel responsible. And look, I spent every day of my life grateful that I never became popular when I was more fucked up. I am grateful every day that there might be a picture of me with a bunch of YouTubers who blew up. And I'm grateful every day that I wasn't one of them. Because if I had been popular while I was pre-therapy, before I was philosophically better, oh God. Oh Lord. Oh my God. Chat says the physical image. Girl, I laugh every day that I have this image. This makes me gag every time. I don't remember why I have it, but I think because we were at Disneyland, we were at Disney, downtown Disney. My theory is that I think somebody came around and said, do you guys want a picture as a group? And we said yes. And I think I paid for it or something. But I laugh every time I go into my like memory bin and I'm like, oh yeah. I laugh every time I see this because it looks like it's so meaningful, but it's not. Like, I'm sure people see that and be like, you were there. And I'm like, it's not as deep as you think it is. It's just a bunch of neurodivergent nerds who think they're the cool kids because someone liked their play. Your play wasn't that good, bro. I mean, it was good, but like, we're over it. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so I'm grateful every day I never got popular because I couldn't have handled it. I never would have handled it well. I would have broken down. I probably would have left the internet like 4 times. I mean, I kind of did, and I wasn't even popular. So that's why I always say, I hope I gain popularity over time, like over the next 10 to 15 years, because I genuinely can't handle the overnight success. I don't want it. I hear from, who's that great YouTube essayist? She does like she's got really cool makeup, and she's, what is she? Asian Mexican. She's got this really great aesthetic and she makes beautiful content. No, not Mina. I think she's more Mexican. I don't know her ethnicity. She's beautiful and great nails. Anyways, she said she got famous overnight and it basically like exhausted her. And I think about that every day. Like I think about, Salem. Love Salem. So see how I watch people and I don't know their names? It's not, I don't mean offense by it. That's why when Lindsay and H. Baumgartner are like, so you don't know who I am. Listen, I love Salem and I don't even remember her name because you guys like, I remember things very specifically. Like people don't usually say their names enough for me to remember them either. Okay, but like Salem. So I was thinking about that. Like if I don't want to get famous overnight, and Contra did, Lindsay did, all these people got really famous overnight. And that one must have been hard. Brittany Broski, right? Did the kombucha trend, became famous. How difficult is that? By the way, shout out to Elliot Sang, even Hassan, anyone who commented on the ContraPoint stuff that I saw, really great stuff. Elliot made made a great video on it. Really great points were made. So, okay. So ContraPoints, I'm reading her letter again. She said, is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. Pause. I'm going to burp into this mic because you didn't need to caveat that hard. I cannot believe, like, girl. That's it. You should have stopped there. Yeah, like, why did she go, but? No, Natalie. But I think it's like Ethan. They want to be anti-genocide, but they keep forgetting that, like, yes, I know October 7th was horrible. I know anti-Semitism is up. But before we talk about that, we have got to end this genocide. You are so focused on the details. You are letting people die while you figure out how you feel about it. Please stop the murder of the Palestinians, and then we can talk about misogyny amongst Palestinians and homophobia in Israel and anti-Semitism and everything else. But they're not focused. They're not locked in, girls. Lock in. Genocide stop first, then we can talk about everything else. But while you guys are fucking fighting over some shit, okay? People are being genocided. And by the way, as a content creator, hold on, let me pull this up for y'all. As a content creator, hold on. After this letter, we got to go back to Destiny because I literally just forgot about how people see him as a defender of women. Don't let me forget, chat, please. I totally forgot. Don't let me forget to go back to Destiny for a second before I'm done. So when I talk about Palestine, and the reason I don't talk about it all the time is twofold. One, I cry every time I talk about it. I literally become physically distraught, and I usually have to take a break and come back. Because on my stream, we show videos because I think it's important. Like, I think it's deeply important that we see the images because no one is showing them. And so when you think, oh yeah, people are being genocided, but you're not thinking about it. But I become dysregulated. It's why I don't cover political content. I get really dysregulated, right? And that's why I do philosophy work. And so if Contra and Brittany and all these people are going to be dysregulated, do something else. But make sure people are clear about where you stand on Palestine. Okay? So I did a video on Palestine the other day. It got age restricted and it got basically demonetized. And I'm going to show you how much money I made on that video. And this is why I do think some people can't talk about it because they literally can't afford it. But you can talk about it without getting demonetized. You can mention it, but you might not be able to show the images like I do. But I think it's important that we show it. I can take the financial risk because I make enough content to cover the cost of making this content, right? I made 79 cents on this video. 79 cents. So I understand that there is a risk to people making content about demonetized topics, but you also get to calculate your risk. Elliot made a great point that ContraPoints is making an obscene amount of money every month. Like, at what point are you rich enough to take a stand? So this tells me it's not about money. I think it's about Contra. I think she is torn on the inside. And she, like Ethan, they're having like a mental health crisis about it. Both rich, both in a position of privilege, and they just can't let it go. Now, I think Ethan is neurodivergent. I think Contra probably is, right? Chet says Contra does philosophical content, though. Sure, I can see that. But but look, the most fascinating video I saw of Contras, and I feel like I'm gonna lose my train of thought. When I met Contra, when I stayed at her house, I was so excited to talk to her about that video she made about lead in the walls of underprivileged communities, Black communities in America, and how they were ingesting lead, which caused like a cannonball effect, like you know what I mean? And I thought that was the most amazing. My neurodivergent brain was like, yes, it's all connected and nothing exists outside of anything else. And we're all just like, I was like so stoked. And then when we talked, she didn't know how to have a conversation about it. Like, we didn't know how to have a conversation about it. I was like, don't you get it? Like, it's all connected. And I think people struggle with my work because I actually do think everything we're doing is connected, and you have to pick and choose how and when you're going to pay attention to things. Right now, right? Contra is paying attention to the wrong thing. And I'm like, you got to focus. In the same way I have to focus, right? I have to focus. And I do that too. I focus. And that's when you know my content gets better. You guys help me do it too. See, I trust my community. So when Contra says, now I don't trust you enough not to listen to myself, but I trust you. When Contra says, so many leftists feel betrayed, will they be happy for me? Is this what they want? She's saying her reputation means more. She's saying she's afraid of her audience. You built an audience you're afraid of, that's on you. Destiny built an audience that laughs at him, okay? Boogie built an audience that laughs at him, right? Asmon built an audience that smells his own farts and gives it back to him, right? Like, Natalie doesn't trust her audience. And that's a reflection of Natalie. I trust my audience enough that when they disagree with me, I pause and pay attention. Because I'm like, hold up, let me think, right? And that's the thing. Do you not trust your audience? Do you have a problem? Like, I understand that she is dealing with a burden that's too heavy for her. But I wish she would give it to somebody else instead of keep fighting like she's a part of it. You're rich, disappear. Get off the internet. Go do something else. Take a break. Come back. She doesn't know why she's here, and she's confusing everybody else. And I'm worried she's going to be J.K. Rowling and Ethan. I think she's already there, if I'm going to be honest. See, with J.K. Rowling, I wanted to give her a chance before I called her a TERF, and I waited longer than most people because I just really always hope people are going to turn around. But Natalie's like technically already there. She's at the stage where I'm like, it's kind of, you're too late, right? Like, you're there. You're Ethan and J.K. Rowling. That's so sad. And this is why I say Hassan could be too one day. We just have to make sure that we're always deconstructing so we don't become that. Because what that is stagnation. It's just aging into grumpy old millennial attitude. You're being a fucking old person by thinking you know better than everyone instead of updating your language, your knowledge, the way we're seeing the world. In an ideal world, right, we would have a much more compassion for people with differences, but the world is full of bigotry everywhere. Right? Chat says J.K. Rowling shows how reactionary tendencies can infest your mind. 100%. Yeah. Chat says, I feel like that's what boomer really meant. That is what boomer really means. You're really, and it's sad to see. So from an empathetic perspective, I feel you. From a political perspective, stop talking. And from a philosophical perspective, girl, it's been 7 years and you still don't have a relationship with yourself. It's been 7 years and you still don't know who you are. Let's go, girly. Let's go. And I knew when I met her, I knew when she was coming to me for advice, this was a lost soul. This was a girl who did not know who she was. And she spent all of this time not learning. Dude. Okay. So she says, she said, do I feel angry about the genocide? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. Doom. The week of October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed, existential panic, an unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the U.S. after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it, nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. It would have required replacing the most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. So there was a sense of futility, but worse. I hate politics because this is politics. See how politics makes you a disgusting person? Politics turns people's lives into data points. Gross. Gross. Yeah. So instead of focusing on stopping the genocide, you're focused on being strategic politically. Great. Good job. Good job, Natalie. This is what they're doing. They're doing it with our lives, between YouTubers and audiences. They're doing it in politics, right? Chet says, I'm so confused by what she said. She's basically saying it's not politically strategic to protest, to have protested against killing Iraqis or to protest against killing Palestinians, because they're going to do it anyways. Except, I remember when France didn't want to go into Iraq and people called them pussies and said you were like the worst people ever. And now 20 years later, do we not see that France was right? That we had no business going into Iraq and killing all those people, right? And I understand my family's from Iraq and they were pro the Iraq war. Talk about a conundrum, right? So Natalie is saying it is not strategic to protest against Israel right now because Israelis are hurting so badly that they're going to need to fix their bloodshed before they'll hear you. And I'm saying, no. Yes, Chet said my partner and I were recently reminiscing about the Freedom Fry era. I remember when the local bagel shop had a Freedom Fries in the window and I was shook. There you go. So what she's saying is that this is why people are upset with her, but it's okay. It's not you we're upset with, girl. It's your positions. We don't really know you. And honestly, I don't think we even care about you, which is probably why she feels wounded. Because she's realizing like, yeah, we don't actually care about you. We don't know you. We need to know about your positions. And that's painful. And that's why you have to have a real life outside the internet. I ultimately have to trust my family and friends to care for me because I can't trust strangers on the internet to do it. It's inappropriate. I appreciate the way my audience is so positive and optimistic towards me and tells me to work on my health and is so, great that way. But ultimately, you guys don't have to do emotional labor for me. My friends and family will, right? And sometimes I feel like YouTubers forget that because they don't have that. I'm lucky that when I met all of these people and I came into this space, I already had that in a different way. I didn't have it perfectly, but I had it. Like I never came into this space to make best friends. I already had best friends, right? I didn't come into this space to be a part of the group. I already had a group. I was just trying to collab and work with people. So Natalie, instead of being on the right side of history, wants to move with strategy. I just want to be on the right side of history. I just want to do the morally right thing. Free Palestine. Period. The end. October 7th is not a justification for genociding the Palestinian people. Okay? Going back to Natalie's letter, she says, misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. Yeah? Zionism is weird. Jews are great. Zionism is weird. Jewish people love you. You're basically my cousins. Zionists? Weird belief system, bros. Not a fan. It's a weird idea. Okay? She says that is opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. It does exist. Israel exists. Okay? We can talk about whether or not it makes sense for it to remain or the creation of it was ethical, but none of that matters. We have to stop a genocide. And here, Natalie says, they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. This is such a liberal take. You know what I'm saying? She's a liberal. And what did I say about Hassan? Hassan could be a liberal one day, just like Ethan could be a liberal one day. I mean, he is a liberal. So Natalie is too. And this is why I say I try to pay attention to what Gen Z is doing, because Gen Z will have insight into the correct way to think, even if they don't have the wisdom to know why it's right. And I hopefully will have the lived experience to share the wisdom of how we got here. But ultimately, deconstructing gender, deconstructing race, deconstructing everything we've created is important for us to heal. And maintaining the establishment is never a good idea. Now, did I vote for Harris? Yes. Did I encourage you to vote for Harris? Yes. Because what did I say to you girls? We're going to play the political game and we're going to win. But I'm not happy about it. And neither was Hassan when he voted for her. And neither was FD when he voted for her. And neither was Kat when she voted for her. But we did it. Okay? We did it. Chat says, Brit, as a Gen Zer, I'm afraid you have too much faith in us. I have the right amount of faith in some of y'all. And you should give yourself some credit. Because you are a much kinder generation than millennials ever were. Maybe not the Gen Z Andrew Tate fans, but the other ones. You know what I mean? Like, not the Gen Z Andrew Tate fans, but like the Gen Z progressives. You guys, some of you definitely got something going. You give yourself some credit, you know? Okay, and millennials, we're deeply wounded. Remember, millennial people, we're suffering. Okay? Like millennial people, we came from a boomer generation that thought atheists were the worst things ever. I came from a generation, right? Where like being an atheist was like the most criminal thing you could do. Okay. Chetza Maiden says, honestly, I'm not enthused about Gen Z. A lot of them are conservative. No, a lot of boys are conservative, but we don't care about them because they don't care about themselves. I'm talking about progressive Gen Zers, kids. I'm not a conservative. I don't give a fuck what conservatives are doing. Listen to me when I say this. I do not give a fuck what conservatives are ever doing. I don't give a fuck what they're doing. I want them to be rescued. I want them to be saved from floods. I want them to be housed and educated, but I do not care what they are doing. They are busy being bigots. What I'm talking about when I say I have faith in Gen Z is obviously progressive Gen Zers. I don't care how small of a minority you are, you're there, and I will not have you silenced by ContraPoints or anybody else because that's what she's doing. She is trying to silence the small group of progressive kids that are actually doing what's right for once. And instead of just letting them fucking be, you're sitting here and appealing to who? The conservative Gen Zers? Be quiet. Let these young Gen Zers who have any sign of knowing, give them the credit and move on. Okay? And I understand, right? I'm not about to say, like Madeline Pendleton did, ridiculous, that if you disagree with CJ, you're wrong. CJ's 19. Everybody relax. I'm not about to put the shoulders of the world on a 19-year-old or the world on the shoulders of a 19-year-old. But the youth knows something we don't know. And that's why as elders, we have to give them the pathway by earning the wisdom to discern, to give them advice. But right now, what millennials are doing is we're turning into boomers, expecting young people to do the emotional labor for us. Contra is literally making us do the emotional labor for us because she won't do it herself. Ma'am, are you not an elder in the community? ContraPoints, Natalie, age. 36, she's my age. We're literally the same age. Get it together. Get it together. Are we going to be 40 in a few years or not, girl? You know? Hello? Chess says, are we playing the political game when we discuss this tragedy that's happened? You mean the genocide? I don't play politics when I talk about the genocide. I'm doing pure values, pure ethics. The genocide, I don't give a fuck about the politics. It's wrong, period. Because politics will justify, Israel is using politics to justify, right, their genocide. I don't give a fuck about the politics of it. It's wrong. So I don't know if that's what you mean. Okay. Going back to Contra's letter, she said, she said, and they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. 1, it shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Well, I think you just told on them, girly. I think you just might have. So, oops. Oh, well, hold on, Brittany, focus. Brittany, be calm. I'm sorry, I'm getting sassy already because like you just told on yourself. That's not good. Now you're pointing a finger at Jews. Now Contra is playing into the idea that, oh, Jews are Zionists. Okay, first of all, even if most Jews are Zionists, most white people are racist. So here we are. Let's focus on getting people to not be racist and not be Zionists, okay? But you don't do that by inviting them out to the barbecue and ignoring the fact that they have a Nazi sweater on. Okay, thank you. So she says, most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports two-state solution is a Zionist. Okay, because Zionists want a two-state solution. Yes, thank you. Two, it's like, you know what Contra sounds like? She sounds like conservatives who don't want to be labeled homophobic. They're like, I'm not homophobic, I'm just right. You're homophobic. I'm not a homophobe, I'm just Muslim. I'm not a homophobe, I'm just Catholic. You're a homophobe and you're Catholic. Okay. She said it was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. It's okay to let people go. Isn't this exactly what I've been predicting? This is what I don't want to become. I do not want to remain stagnant. This is why I say deconstruction never ends. Why do I say deconstruction never ends? Because if you end, you become Contra. You become Ethan. You become your parents. We are all existing on a linear but not linear path in which you can be absolutely the most bigoted person in the universe or heading to a place of deconstruction that never actually ends. See, the deconstruction never actually has an ending point. It just keeps going. Okay? And, there is like this line in the sand that kind of exists where it's like, oh, I'm left and I'm right. Just because when you get more introspective and when you deconstruct, you tend to be more liberal and progressive because conservative values are about maintaining the status quo. So deconstruction is actually just contrary to being a conservative. That's why it's bad, because it's within its foundation, it is stagnation. I don't want to conserve. I want to liberate, right? So I think what people do is they like go along this path. They go along this path and they get here and then it becomes too scary because they can't see what's over the wall and they go, I'm going to go back to something I'm more comfortable with. And that's what Ethan and Contra and everybody is doing. They're going, ooh, this seems scary. I'm going to go back. Okay. But Gen Zers, they're kind of, let's say Gen Zers were raised in probably like a liberal home. Well, for them, this is their starting point. So they can go farther before they go back, mostly. But if you're a Gen Zer who was raised in a Republican or conservative home, you might go here and be like, nah, I'm going back. Which is why now the Gen Zers who are conservative are going more extreme. Andrew Tate, sex trafficking, Trump, all of here, right? So it depends on where you start on the line. It depends on where your family, like your parents, where did they start you off? Did they start you off in a Republican anti-homophobic home or a liberal home that said gay people are cool? Because that means you're starting off on a different side of the line, y'all. So when you hit that wall where it feels, ooh, too scary and I don't want to keep going, you stagnate there or you go back a little bit to a safety point. But me, I'm the kid that's like, I'm going to keep going. And I think a lot of people in my audience are like that. I think a lot of you in my audience are like, I'm going to keep going. And everyone's like, Brittany, when does it stop? It doesn't. I want to know what's true. I want to know what's real. I want to know what's possible. I want to know if we can really deconstruct to the point where we really are just accepting that we just exist outside of these bodies, outside of these genders, outside of these orientations. Like, can I just exist, please? Without it needing to be an existence that's predicated on who's oppressing me. But we can't get there until we acknowledge like, oh, we're oppressing people. We can't even get there until we first acknowledge oppression is happening, and you're never going to make good with your oppressors. That's what Marissa told me when I was with Marissa at that MythCon event. She asked me one day after we had met up for lunch in Seattle, and she said, Brittany, why do you keep trying to build bridges with people who will never see you? I don't know. And then I think Destiny was it. I think Destiny and Abba and Sneeko were my last attempt to build bridges. Kyla, that group was my last real attempt. It took me years after Marissa told me that to really get ready. I'm a quick thinker. I'm smart, but I'm a slow transitioner. I'm autistic. Okay. It was this last couple years that I really am done. But now it's going to look extreme to people. Because why is FD doing it? Why is CJ the X doing it? Why are all these people doing it? I don't know. It's not my business. I just know I can't do it. But I know why I want to. Because I really fundamentally believe in the goodness of people. I really do. right? Chat says embodying takes time. It does. It takes a long time. It took me a long time to embody the spirit. So when I go through this video today, know that I understand. And I understand to such a point that I understand that a part of your story is being on the wrong side of history. That most of us are born on the wrong side of history, and most of us have to get to the better side. I really believe most people, like 99% of the population, are born on the wrong side of history. I think we're mostly born into bigotry, we're born into dysfunction, we're born into conservative homes, we're born into liberal homes that haven't deconstructed, we're born into a really difficult existence. And so I expect everyone to be problematic, but I also expect everyone to be a problem in a sense, because I certainly know I've been a problem, right? Okay, back to Natalie. Now, let me see. So politically infeasible, right? That's Natalie's perspective, which is gross. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. Okay, God forbid we just want genocide to stop. 3, it introduced dangerous and ambiguous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On the one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up. Also, hold on, dyslexia coming through. Right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as exist. Guys, help me with this word. I can't say it out loud. Existentially, I can't say this word, guys. Help me. Threatening or inherently anti-Semitic. I hate my brain sometimes, girls. Okay. Existentially. Chat's helping me. Existentially. Thank you. Ugh, God, do you see? How can I be the adult in the room with this dyslexia being my, you know what I mean? You said it already, girly. Did I say it? Okay, good. See, it doesn't sound right in my head. Now I'm doubting myself. Okay. On the other hand, there is a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist to deliberately equivocal ways. Zog example. Am I saying a slur right now? ZOG. I don't know what that means. I guess that's a shorthand for Zionist. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda. And many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when it's happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. Okay, Zionist operated government. Okay, thank you. Can I just say something? I highly doubt leftists are confusing right-wing dong whistles as a part of their protest. But I do think liberals and centrists will. I do think liberals who aren't educated might retweet, because we've seen it happen. An actor did it. A football player did it, where he retweeted a pro-Palestinian post, but with an anti-Semitic slur. It was like a rat, and he didn't catch it. And that might happen, but that's because he's not progressive. Liberals don't know the difference. Progressives should be able to catch it, or at least question it. Or like, because sometimes I'll see stuff, I'm like, It's like with Candace Owens, where people are like, Brittany, Candace Owens is pro-Palestine, so she's cool. No. Just because Candace Owens is pro-Palestine doesn't mean she's a good person. Congratulations on not being pro-genocide. What is this? The bar is in hell, bro. Okay? So, I think I think Contra's making a mistake, because at the end of the day, like, the people who fall for it will fall for it, but it's our job to just say, hey, bro, we are pro-Palestine. But just so you know, that's a white nationalist you just retweeted. That's not what our message is. That's what a community does. But see how Natalie isn't doing that? She's blaming the left. Why are you blaming us for what racists are doing? Seems pretty conservative of you. But I get it. Okay. 3, Dread. No. Yeah, 3, Dread. Dread, the online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. I fear this may be worse than useless. Oh my God, bro, this is hard to read. She is so... Oh my God, bro! This is so good. This is so helping my cause right now. This is politics, baby. I hate it. Isn't this so not helpful. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous. But in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes toward Jews in general. I don't think Jews who feel isolated and are worry in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. Well, obviously anti-Semitism is on the rise and it's not good. I'm a Semite myself. I'm just not Jewish. Okay? Like Palestinians, they're Semites. They're just not Jewish. Why are you acting like we're not all Semites? Assyrians, Semites, Palestinians, Semites, Jews, Semites. We know. Don't you think the anti-Semitism that's also rising is against Palestinians? Like, we know. See how you're trying to co-opt the whole thing to be just for you? Hello? It's affecting all of us. We know. I get anti-Jewish comments in my chat, and I know they're not coming from leftists. That's the thing. When somebody shows up in my chat and says, Brittany looks like a Jew, I assume you're a white nationalist. I don't think I've ever thought that a progressive might be in my chat and say, Brittany looks Jewish. I'm assuming you're a Nazi. Okay? Because there's no way a progressive would be in my chat wondering if I'm a Jew. That's literally not their MO. That's the Nazis' MO. Don't blame us for what the Nazis are doing, dude. Okay, now. Yes, there is communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticisms on Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns reoccurring, and the fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized or sanctioned? Absolutely not. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to if not outweighed by tangible benefits, so I approach the issue cautiously. I agree we should never give in to anti-Semitism. I also disagree that being unapologetically anti-genocide with no if and or buts hurts Jewish people in the long run. Right? Chat says she misses the point that the genocide is happening because of Zionism. Exactly. She's missing the point that the genocide didn't just come out of anywhere and it didn't stem from October 7th. And that's the dilemma, right? Let's see. 5. Bitterness. Bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of the Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign had the following effects. For the love of God, if she says it's why we lost the election, I'll pull out my hair. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. I know I already saw Elliot go over this, but reading it myself has me shook to my core. I know, shout out to Elliot. I know I already watched Elliot read this, but I cannot believe she is saying that. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. The Palestinian people are saying that our protests are helping. They are literally saying, please keep going. Palestinian people are begging us to speak up more. And I feel sick. I feel literally sick to my stomach. Whoa, Natalie. Natalie, what are you doing? Oh my God, bro. Dude, that's so bad, bro. Oh my God, dude. Okay, hold on. Let's be very human. Why is she saying this? Why would she say this? I don't know why she would say this. Why would she say this? I can't think of a reason why she would say this. This is so untrue. Chat says, do you think this is her way of separating herself from the left fully? Ow, fuck, ow. Yeah, kinda. Because what else could you have said to be more offensive to any form of liberation? We act like liberation movements don't often come at the expense of living life, like our lives. This is so beyond. Wow. Whoa. Hello. Yeah, that's really vile. That's truly vile. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. I'm going to cry. Oh my God, I am going to cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Focus. All of those families who are asking us and your girl, that's fucked up. Ugh. Okay. Keep donating, keep protesting. Okay. I got this. Oh, I'm getting hot because I'm crying. Oh, you guys ever get hot when you cry? I'm very emotional. Like, I can't tell you how many times my partner catches me crying to Palestinian families, and I'm like, I feel like we gotta do something, bro. It's very sad. Okay, I got this. Okay. 2, I'm back to Contra. She may have, it may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years, making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. You gotta meditate. You gotta meditate, Natalie. So she's making it about her. Damn, bro. None of this is the fault of the Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims. Overwhelmingly? Totally. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor and I will continue to support the cause. TLDR, I see the situation as oblique, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. That's why I haven't made a video about it. Hopefully it goes without saying that these are just my thoughts. I'm sure some other bread tubers have different opinions. In quotation marks. Jet says this is so Ethan Klein core. Making genocide about yourself is instantly is insanity. I know, bro. I can't believe she did that. Wow. Discord said she sounds very cynical to me. She is. She's wounded. I'm telling you, she's wounded. Trauma. Just like with the Young Turks, trauma makes you. This is why I say conservatives are traumatized, and I think progressives can be liberated better because we do the work. I really do think when you heal, you become less bigoted. I think when you heal, you become less hateful. The more therapy, the more meditation, the more philosophical work I've done, I don't have anyone that I hate. I can't think of one person in the world that I hate. I don't have that grudge anymore. I'm not angry at the world, even though I can be angry at the injustice. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that we think so highly of ourselves and then this is what we produce. How hard was that to just say no genocide? You know? Discord said, you're the first person that ever made me realize the purpose of elders and youths and communities, which made me realize I think about how being a student of life is undervalued in society. I used to think elders were an unnecessary hierarchical structure, but I really appreciate the thought processing of passing down wisdom and discernment, and it's being a trade between the youth, yes, who inevitably grow up in different circumstances from the previous generation and have new perspectives based on how they're based on their experiences. We should be able to be open to those ideas and consider those new points in a real and grounded way instead of assuming we know better because we've been here longer. 100%. Yeah. This is the problem, you know? That I think you're not a bad person because you're traumatized, but I think you become a bad person when you double down at the expense of everybody around you, but not in a black and white way, in a philosophical sense. We give into our evil. You're not bad because you're traumatized. You're not bad because you have BPD or even NPD. You become unnecessarily cruel when you don't do the work. And then you double down and use it to justify this. I'm telling you, it's trauma. And it's trauma because she doesn't have a relationship with herself and she never has. Not when I knew her for a short time, not when I've seen her in her work. She doesn't have a relationship with herself. Ethan does not have a relationship with himself. They don't have relationships with themselves, so they refuse to have healthy relationships with anybody else. Destiny does not have a relationship with himself. Now, other people have much healthier relationships with themselves, and I think that's pretty clear, right? But those three, nah. And by the way, Destiny went to Israel and did more marketing for them, basically, more propaganda for Israel, right? Ethan and Contra are all basically pro-Israel. And I'm telling you, they're traumatized, you know? Okay, now I missed it before and I want to go back and I want to pull it all together and go to CJ the X and FD Signifier. and Kyla. But I wanted to show you how people think Destiny defends women. So these are the kinds of TikToks that come on my feed. Hold on, I might be loud for a second. Hold on, pause. I'm going to pause it really fast.
Biology often.
This is the kind of video that comes up on my feed that when I read the comments, they're like, who's this Destiny guy? He's so cool. He's so pro women. This is amazing. And it's because what Destiny does, and this is what ABBA did too. So first, ABBA and Destiny go on Fresh and Fit. Then they build careers where they debate Fresh and Fit. Then ABBA completely burns the bridge in Fresh and Fit, which makes him feel more pro women, even though his overall message within his work is actually pretty misogynistic. Okay, we see that with his recent video where he's completely a victim blaming like Wizard the Liz the Wizard. Okay, even though I have problems with her content and I think she is bad for women, I think she's coming from a good place, but that doesn't matter, right? Okay, move that aside. Destiny, right, puts himself up against the worst people in the room so he looks better. Right? So he literally looks better. So he'll be on a podcast like this and here's a good example.
Sometimes will dictate the fact that biology oftentimes will dictate the fact that women are sometimes erratic throughout the month because we're changing so much all the time and you're not.
Sure, you can say that, but you're weaving a just so story. You're taking one biological fact and you're pretending like you're able to tell a coherent story afterwards. I could just as easily say the fact that women fluctuate in hormones more means that they're more able to deal with fluctuating emotions and ideas rather than men who, when they get triggered by something, decide to kill somebody, right? Now, I don't know if that is the case. Like, do men have a higher proclivity towards violence because of testosterone? Well, actually, I think that is the case.
That is the case.
I think that higher testosterone. So that would be an example of testosterone driving men in negative emotional ways, the same way that women's periods drive them in negative emotional ways. Although women aren't killing anybody for it. But all I'm saying is that, like, the idea that we take like a basic bio.
So you know what I mean? He sounds like, oh, okay, cool. He's like, got it. Okay. Is that the only clip I saved for you guys? I suck. I think that might be the only one I saved for you guys. I suck. Okay. It's videos like that. I'll see tons of videos where it's like, oh, he debates MAGA people and he debates this and we need Destiny. He canvases, which brings me into CJ the X. Okay. So that's what people see. And they think, oh, he's like pro women, or he'll see, they'll debate or whatever. Okay, fine. Now, this happens. Let's do this video first, I think. Hold on. Is this right?
Listen.
Yeah, we'll do this one. And then this one, I think, is correct. How I want to talk about it. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, cool. We're actually kind of making good time. I'm kind of proud of us. Okay. So hold on. Actually, let me bring up another YouTube channel so you guys have an idea of why I know all this. Because again, I love YouTube and I don't know everyone's names, but I watch all their videos and it's a special interest. I'm autistic. Don't think about it too hard. I'm just literally autistic. Horseshoe theory. I'm just literally autistic. And I just think people are interesting.
How?
Whoa, loud. Okay, so on the internet, in political circles, this is all connected. There's a group called JReg and this guy, whose name I always forget, even though we've watched him on stream, and he's literally commented on my videos, hey, if you're ever in Ontario, come hang out with us. And I'm like, nah. But also, I've talked to JReg. I've talked to him in private one time. Seemed like a nice guy, but, I'm not on board with their desire to, like, really do stuff in the real world, because I've already been there and I'm old now and I know the difference, because group activities are always dramatic because you got to make friends with bad people. Okay, here's CJ the X and FT Signifier recently talking to Erudite. Okay, I was really upset with this because I don't think Erudite deserves leniency with how she is supporting Destiny, as is evidenced by her pinned comment on this video in which her viewers were mad at her for collabing with FD in the first place. And she said, well, I wish for a world where FD and Steve could sit down together. We are not there. However, it is remarkable that FD will sit down with somebody who still holds Steven as a friend, will come on a show with a host who has worked closely with Steven and not denounced him. So yeah, why are we building a bridge with her? This is why I don't do politics. Now, I'm not blaming FD Signifier. He's playing a different game than me. He says it openly with a full chest. He's not as progressive. Fine, deal. But neither is CJ the X, who is also trying to build bridges. And by the way, I did think it was funny that after Steven burned his bridge with me, which by the way, fun fact, I think was told that I was the first person in history Steven's ever burned a bridge with, that usually they burn it with him first. But that's why everyone was like, I'm confused. Why are you burning the bridge with Brittany? So she called the podcast Bridges. Okay? That's what she called it. Okay? CJ the X 5 months ago. So Kyla's was 2 months ago. CJ the X 5 months ago went off PF Chung. I don't know who this is. His PF Chung, he's in the Destiny sphere. He went on, no, sorry. CJ the X is a they. My bad. They went on PF's podcast. It called The Leftist Video SAS Meets Enlightened Centrist. Okay. So here it is. Now CJ is talking about their invitation to Bridges, and listen to what CJ says.
It's just that I tentatively was like, this new podcast looks good. I like Kyla. I met Kyla, like the other co-host of Bridges.
Oh, nice.
I met her and I really like her. And
you mean Ghislaine?
And by the way, I always liked Kyla, but I didn't like Kyla enough to build a friendship with her, given her decision to be friends with Steven. And I get it. Kyla told me it was her first real friend group as an adult. It was really important to her, and I wish her the best, but I already have friends. And that's why I say I'm in the best position on this internet, because I actually have real friends. And my theory is a lot of these people don't. I don't know that Natalie does. I don't know that any of these people do, but I have actually best friends that I've known for decades, and they exist off the internet and in my real world. So my theory is that a lot of YouTubers join the internet to make friends in the same way you join political movements to make friends, in the same way you maybe even join politics to make friends. And then you kind of put up with people's bad attitudes because at least they're helping the movement. And by the way, Destiny told me the only reason he loves canvassing and bringing all those people together is because he loves holding it over Hassan's head. So I don't know why y'all keep trying to pretend like he's doing it for people. He literally thinks about Hassan 24/7, bro. Get over it. Like, everyone always blames Hassan for not doing enough. Destiny only does what you think is enough because of Hassan. So you can thank Hassan for that.
Or Ghislaine?
Don't stop this.
I shouldn't joke about that.
It's not her fucking fault, man.
I shouldn't joke about
Or at least Destiny's desire to be validated.
But even to her, I expressed, I was like, I'm interested in potentially like Destiny's better.
See how they called her so casually Ghislaine? Because they're calling him Yepsiny? Is that what they're calling him? Because he's a serial predator. And by the way, the Epstein list coming out and no clients. That's what I'm saying. Like, why aren't you guys focusing, please?
Nature or his ability to build like an institution, right?
Yeah,
to build, like,
same.
to use the Wild West of the internet to build new institutions, given this populist uprising against the existing ones. We need this, right? So I don't care. I mean, I'm repulsed by Destiny's personal drama and edginess or whatever, but it's like, if this is institution building, I might be a fan of that.
Pause. CJ the X says, if Destiny, minus his crazy drama, could help build something, I'm interested. That crazy drama that they're referencing is a felony he's facing for consent violation. And I get it if CJ doesn't know. My theory is CJ doesn't know. I'm thinking that they don't know. In the same way that I'm thinking a lot of people don't know. But I don't know that they don't know. And so now I'm looking at them like, well, if they just made the Ghislaine joke, then you must know. Because the joke doesn't make sense unless you know. Right? But I don't know. Like, I don't know. And that's the question.
I'm not for like just not only associating with people who are squeaky clean or whatever. Like, I don't want people to expect that. I want to do more than that, But anyways, but then his and Kyla was empathetic back. He was like, it makes sense. And there's a lot of that where it's like he has some of these almost institution building, almost breaking into mainstream, doing impressive stuff, and but then also his personal drama keeps catching up. And then what happened was his personal drama caught up.
Yeah,
it won.
Yeah.
It won.
See, his personal drama caught up. It's not personal drama. Everyone keeps calling it personal drama. Chet says, I'm so glad you talked about this because I like CJ and this pissed me off when I saw it. I think CJ and JREG and all these people have really good intentions. I think they are building a real physical group and community in Canada. I think they have been really nice to me. I have nothing bad to say about them from that perspective. But I think that this, to me, feels like you're going to have to learn the lesson just like I did. And you're going to have to learn the lesson like the rest of us do. As long as you keep associating and building bridges with these people, your coalitions will be corrupted from the inside out. And like black mold, you will never get rid of it, girl. And that's the problem. Stop engaging, including with Kyla. I I would have loved a universe where Kyla didn't pick this most disingenuous bubble in the universe, but she did. And she's backing Ethan and Ethan's decision to do what he's doing. Right?
You motherfucker.
Well, that's one of my principal interests in Destiny is precisely that. He's like one of the leading figures on institutionalizing, I'm using broadly, of institutionalizing online politics or that online discourse sphere.
Harnessing
into practical action.
Yeah, like actually, he did the canvassing thing.
Yeah,
right?
and I asked him this about, because he canvassed in Georgia in a very close Senate race.
You've gone on Destiny stream 3 times?
3 times now, yes, and it's only gotten worse each time. But I'm on my, because the last time I was on it, I said maybe Israel did 9/11, which to be clear, maybe they did. And so now I'm on my apology tour, so that's why I'm hanging out with, ultra progressives like you, and I'm queerbaiting my audience now.
I'm cleaning your image.
Yeah, I'm drinking out of a pink coffee cup, and it's just, I apologize. Sorry, everyone, this is a mistake. I should never have said that, but he's translating sort of amorphous.
I just don't know why we thought Destiny, who has to have a misogyny arc every few years because his audience is too misogynistic, right, was going to help build bridges in a progressive way. Don't we think that's funny that Destiny literally has to have meetings with Kyla on stream about how to make the community less misogynistic? Why are we even doing that? Right? Chat said, who is CJ talking to? They're talking to this like centristy guy that is like a Destiny debate bro, but I don't think he's like fully Destiny or anything. He's PF Wong. PF Wong. I don't know who this is. Like, I don't know this bubble. Okay. So then you go to CJ with Kyla and FD, and again, so okay, now I don't know, and I don't mean to say it this way, but like sometimes, because FD's in my chat sometimes, I don't know if FD's in my chat the same way he's collabing with Kyla. Like, does he see me as a bridge he's making with a white woman? Like, I'm confused. What's happening here? I'm already left. Or is he like just trying to reach out to build and uplift more leftist creators? Like, because I kind of hope he's not talking to me the same way he's talking to Kyla. You know what I mean? Like, I would be like mortified. At the same time, I get it though. He wants to build a bridge. Like, are you in my chat? Do you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? But I respect FD and I really like his videos and I appreciate his work. But why are we talking to Kyla? Like, why are we talking to her? You know what I mean? And I don't mean in a mean girl way. I mean as a working together way, professionally, not personally. Why are we talking to Kyla professionally? You know what I mean? That's the thing. That's all I'm saying.
I have some, I have interesting feelings about the most recent election too. Before that, I do want to say that something I want to, to leftists that I really want them to realize, because I will say that everything I've always done, even in the critique and buffering against them, is ultimately I want them to win, and that I see that they're losing, and I want them to win. Right. And so if ever I'm bullying them, people can know that like if I'm critiquing something, it's like you can do better, like you can do this. You know what I mean? I'm a pragmatist and I want to see it happen, and so that's I'm much less concerned with sort of performative identification or idealistic subscription to abstractions that are necessary to validate my identity as whatever you are. I want you to win, on the ground, not in the grave. So, anyways, so something important I think for liberals to know is the position that you're in. And I remember you told me this like right after when I first met you, right after the election. I think a lot of liberals are in that spot. I think this is a really big time where liberals are looking for a new. You want to stand the liberals?
But I can't.
Yeah. No, that's the problem. They can't.
What would you be standing?
They can't stand themselves. That's the thing. No, and this is the thing. So
wrong. I think it's gone. I think it's gone.
What do you mean?
I had a fight with multiple friends very recently where I was like outlining, like being like, well, we were really concerned about certain things like here and here. Like you were very critical of like cancel culture and all these sort of things. And all of a sudden you're like talking about how like.
Well, hold on. I want to clarify because Jess says, I think FD wants to boost lefties, but your point of him being a full chest liberal might kind of hurt his perspective. I don't think he's a liberal. I think he's willing to engage with the establishment from my own understanding of his work. And I hope I'm not misspeaking for FD here. He's not a liberal, but he said he's not as progressive as Noah Samson. So I'm not sure what to do with that information. And maybe I misheard him, but I am trying to understand people's perspectives of where to put them in the category. But I consider myself like pretty progressive. And I think I even consider myself more progressive than Hassan or Noah because I think I have that like queer deconstruction philosophy integrated into my politics, which I don't see from either of them. So I think I don't want to misspeak for FD at all, because I do really enjoy his work. But I think his willingness to talk to Kyla is fair if he's doing politics and activism, which is good. Like, I want to make that clear that I do not fault him for engaging in political efforts to meet people where they're at. But I'm trying to correlate the difference between why some progressives, myself included, aren't interested in doing that. Right? Like, I'm not interested in engaging or building a bridge with Kyla. And that's the thing. I never want to speak for people, but as a viewer, that's the impression that's my understanding of it. Of course, since FD does watch my content sometimes, if he wants to correct me, please do. I would more than happy to post a correction. But yeah, like Kyla, for me, her insistence on defending Destiny, her insistence of associating with him, her insistence of, again, publicly engaging with him. It's one thing for privately for you guys to work on your friendship and to help him rehabilitate. And it's another thing for you in any way publicly to engage with him in a positive way. Right? Chat, I think you're right. It says Kyla is the lesser of evils. I think she has good intentions, but she is almost stuck in pathological political fawning. Yeah, I think from Kyla, from what I understand about her too, is she's healed. Okay, this goes back to my whole theory about trauma. See, the problem is these people tell me about their lives and I'm open about my traumas. So like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. We're all traumatized. So here's Kyla and she's going through life, but she also has her trauma from her childhood, lacking friendships, her relationship with her father and brother, which inspired her to leave the church because her brother's gay. But also, there's like neurodivergency at play in her family, so she empathizes. I think she once told me that I remind her of one of her autistic male family members. I said, thank you. Okay. And then she's got this weird friendship with Destiny that was really meaningful to her, but it's really, really bad. And then she's got all these people on the internet that are actually being so misogynistic towards her because Kyla gets harassed. Kyla's audience harasses her because they're coming from DDG. The comment section, the misogyny and the content, like that's what I'm saying. She puts herself in misogynistic bubbles because she wants to save the boys. It's not quite, it's a little bit of pick-me behavior category. Like, I mean that very academically, but it's coming from a genuine place of like believing that she wants to work with boys. She's a medical professional. She works as an addiction counselor. She wants to help boys. And with boys suffering the way they are right now, I think that's very admirable and good. But I think the dilemma here is that they don't want to, they're not going to respect you. So good luck. Like, I think it's really beautiful. I just don't think the boys you're trying to talk to give a fuck about you when it comes down to it. Right? Yeah, Chad says Kyla spoke about her trauma and social anxiety, recently made a video about struggling with acute social anxiety. Perfect. So we know Kyla's struggling, which my empathy is towards her, but she's got all these layers to deal with and she's got to start tackling it one line at a time to start to make it clear so she can actually figure out what her goals are. I think, again, yeah, Chad says she wants to save the wrong boys, those who don't want to change. Exactly. Yeah, she wants to save the wrong group of boys, the ones who don't want to be saved because it's too fun. That's why it's ironic that she won't work with liberals or progressives since they're actually statistically more likely to actually be open-minded to you. It's like for me, and this is what I've decided to do. And I understand why she's doing what she's doing, so I'm deeply empathetic, right? Okay, here's what I decided to do because I was Kyla once. Okay, I was Kyla once. And she's not Dr. K, who also does that, by the way. Dr. K also goes into the pits of hell and has a very misogynistic audience, but I think Dr. K is more than prepared for it. I think I trust him more to handle it because I think his audience will trust him more because he's a boy. I worry for women who put themselves in a cage full of misogynists. I'm worried about Kyla. And I don't know that this is good for her. But Dr. Kirkhonda, who I love, see, I watch him all the time because he's more progressive and he has a more feminine or non-binary audience, right? Okay, but I was a Kyla once, okay? So here was me and here were my options. And I come from a conservative background and conservative backgrounds lead you more towards the misogyny and the gamer boys, okay? The gamer boys. But I'm also queer, and that leads me more. Actually, I hate the green. Thank you. Let's go with blue. And then I'm queer, and I'm deconstructing, and I'm gender fluid. So this puts me more with the liberation / deconstruction bubbles, right? But the dilemma is a part of my heart will always be here. Because my brothers live here, my family lives here, so many people I love live here. And my hope will always be that these boys come down here and hang out. But the chances are actually pretty fucking low. So then there's a third part of me that exists where I hang out here sometimes, but I want to live here most of the time. So in my marriage, we're completely all about deconstruction, liberation, like we exist outside of political structures, safe space. My home, my house, complete safe space. Just like we hold each other accountable in the most loving way. My partner is always like, hey, Britt, I think that's your internalized misogyny. And I'm like, you're right, it is, you're right. We're always lovingly there for one another. It's a completely safe space to be raw and vulnerable and to say things that might be hurtful, but to say them, to digest them and to deconstruct them and come to a better conclusion. That is, most people don't have that because most people didn't do the work to have it because they didn't have the tools to have it because the system keeps them away from you. And it's not your fault, but it can be your responsibility to start going on a journey to find those tools, which took me over 30 years, right? It took me a really long time. So my heart goes out to young people who haven't even had the time to do that, right? But then when I interact with my family, with my friends, with anybody in my life, now it becomes a safe space with caveats, a safe space with strings attached. It's somewhat safe, but I got to be on my guard a little bit. Same thing with stream. It feels like a safe space here, but at the same time, I'm here, but I got a little bit of my guard up. I'm a public figure. I could be clipped. In the back of my head, I'm trying not to think about it. I am definitely anxious about accidentally getting clipped out of context, or somebody seeing this and just like thinking I'm being malicious, or somebody seeing this and feeling like she overshared. Like, yeah, like I am anxious about it, but I'm trying to show up confident that I'm here for good reasons with good intentions, and I'm trying to learn, but I'm sure in 5 years I'll look back and say, I could have done that better. But I think that's kind of the benefit I want to give others is that I assume I just want you to come back and say I could have done it better. And that's why Contra is so disappointing, because it's been years and you're still not better. Destiny, it's been years and you're still not better. Say all you want about Hassan, but he's definitely gotten better. Say all you want about other people, but at least I see that they've gotten better. Say all you want about me, but I've gotten better. Say all you want about Cat Black, but she has gotten better. We are doing somewhat of the work, if not the work. But some of these people are not doing the work. And I do think it's mental health. And I do think it's trauma. And I do think it's a lack of relationship with self. And I do think it's philosophical. I one time saw somebody talk about me on ContraPoints' Reddit page years ago, like, should Contra look at Brittany's level system? And they're like, why? Who's Brittany? She's a hack or something like that. Yeah. But for a hack, I'm pretty fucking happy. And for a philosophy person who almost had a PhD in philosophy, you look pretty fucking miserable. So make it make sense. What are you doing? How is this your life? How much more privilege and access and time could the universe give you to figure out how to stand up against a genocide? How fucking hard is it? You know? And if it's so hard, then why aren't you realizing it's mental health? Because the only thing that could make this hard is either you are actually pro-genociding the Palestinians or you are in a mental health crisis. And they both deserve attention. And they both deserve deconstruction. Okay? And so all of this to say that I think Cavernacle hit on something that I don't even realize he hit on, which is that literally this space is full of stagnating content creators who once were upheld as the left and now just became the boomers they originally were fighting against. That is the cycle all of us are susceptible to, myself included, which is why I try to stay in touch with younger people. I try to figure out what they're doing. I try to listen to activists online that are young, because even though they don't have the wisdom, they will certainly have the most updated information about where we're heading. And I want to pay attention to it. Not the bigoted ones, not the Andrew Tate ones, the progressive Gen Zers, Gen Alpha, who are actually just wanting to be kind to people, who actually just want to say, you know, hey, I think that was racist. You're right. It was racist. We should talk about that. And you should be disappointed. We, as millennials, are so traumatized by our parents that we're not disappointed enough in their willingness to vote for a rapist. We are not disappointed enough with their ability to be racist. We are not disappointed enough in their homophobia or transphobia. We're not disappointed enough. And that's why we make fun of Gen Zers for being so sensitive about it, because we realize, like, we are not realizing it's us. We are making too many excuses for the previous generation, and we're making too many excuses for ourselves. And that's how you end up Ethan Klein. You know? Yeah, we jaded ourselves. Exactly. Chat's right. We jaded ourselves. Yeah, we did. So let's continue to deconstruct. Let's continue to be self-aware, and let's know we'll make mistakes, right? Actually, some of y'all called me out in my comments for my last Mormon video. You guys let me know. You guys think I'm not, about Jen and Zach. Look, Zach's the problem, bro. But Jen seems to be a problem, bro. I really don't like liars. I don't like people who lie, because I can't trust you and now I can't help you. I can't trust you or help you if you lie to me. So Jen feels, you know what I'm saying? Go watch that video and tell me, because I hope not. I want to root for Jen, but I'm not going to root for a liar. So that edit better show her in a better light. It's real people, real people. Anyways, but I love it. Keep calling me out. Keep calling me out in my chat, because you see something I don't see. Remember that I'm a human and I will make mistakes. Keep calling me out. But don't pretend to call me out because you just want to call me ugly or something. Girl, you get blocked. Okay? You're getting blocked. Okay? Okay. Thoughts, ideas, concepts. Do you guys want to talk about anything else? Because that was it, girl. I did it. Anything else related to this topic? Do you have any questions? Anything I said today that you want clarification on? And don't even make me start with some of these YouTubers. I've been in their homes. I got more stories, but not for today. Leighton in the chat says, just caught up watching 1.75 speed. I wanted to say this has been one of the most interesting live streams I've watched in a very long time. Scratched many special interest itches. Appreciate that. Love Leighton. Love their content. Don't know anything about him. I'm not gonna vouch, but love the content. Love Leighton. Appreciate you being here. How would you define a relationship with yourself? I think the relationship with yourself is similar to any relationship with anything else we're having. You can have a negative one, a positive one, a healthy one, a destructive one. You can have a good, bad. You have relationships. Like, I try to treat the relationship I have to myself the same way I have a relationship with anybody else or anything. I actually think about my relationship to video games all the time now, because I'm in such conflict about the fact that I don't like video games, but I like Nintendo games. And I specifically love the old games, and how angry I get when I play them because I'm so frustrated by the mechanics of the game, but then I love it and I can't stay away from it. And I just think, is this a healthy relationship? Do I have a healthy relationship with this? I don't know. But that's how I think about it with myself. Do I have a healthy relationship with myself? Am I kind to myself? In my early years, I used to have a lot of negative self-talk. Actually, you know what this reminds me of? Hold up. Do you guys know what's happening with Wisdom K? Spooky, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. Says quality conversation and content. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you. I appreciate you. Did you see what's happening? This is another good example of the same thing that's happening in a way. I have to mute it because of copyright. So Wisdom K is a fashion. I don't even know what to call him. Fashion genius. I don't know what to call him. And let me minimize this. Let me bring up the video. He was recently not invited to the Met Gala, right? And people said it was because he stood up for Palestine. So people ask me, why is Philosophy Tube in the thumbnail? Thank you. Let me talk about it. So Philosophy Tube was recently under scrutiny, and I've eaten a sandwich with Abigail, so we're basically best friends. That's a joke. Okay, she's very nice, but she was under scrutiny for not standing up or making Palestinian content. Though she was on a podcast, I mentioned it. Elliot made a really good video about this, and I recommend you watch Elliot's video on this. But basically, they're all making way too much goddamn money to not be saying something. H-Bomber Guy, Philosophy Tube, all of them, because Philosophy Tube, apparently people are saying, well, she can't say anything about it because she is an actress and it could be at the detriment of her job. When is enough money enough? See, when YouTubers become, okay, let me say it this way. YouTube used to be a dream where you could make alternative media so you didn't have to play that game in Hollywood. But YouTubers eventually want the validation of being picked by the establishment, so Contra, politics, Philosophy Tube, Hollywood, and now they're back in that same bubble trap of not being able to advocate for things that matter because it's going to come at the expense of their money. Except Contra is making like $20,000 to $40,000 a month allegedly, and Philosophy Tube's making at least $15,000, and H-Bomber Guy is making like $400,000 or whatever it is, like a stupid amount of money. ContraPoints is like 59,000 or something like that patrons. That's crazy. Do you know what I mean? Like, these people are making money. So the point is, when is enough money enough for you to bypass the opportunity? I just made a podcast about this, like having, being a creative under capitalism and all that. Like, yeah, I take a sacrifice. I take a hit. Elliot takes a hit. Cavernacle takes a hit. We all take hits. We're not perfect. We do our best. I'm not asking for perfection. And yes, a lot of Hollywood actors have spoken out at this point, even people with less credibility, right? Okay, yeah. And so the point is when's enough money? Like, when is it enough? Chat says they're capitalists before they're leftist. Honestly, though, yeah, I think so. I think they might be. Like Ethan. Ethan's a capitalist before he's, hold on, I have another clip to show you. Ethan is a capitalist before he's a progressive or an activist. And the worst part about Ethan is he wants the credit of being a progressive. He was so mad that we're like, you're not progressive enough. Right?
And then, well, the good thing about Keemstar is that he does have money, but so he's like, his first question was, does this guy even have money?
Right, because if they have no money,
yeah, I said he does have money. But I was like, I've been through an ugly lawsuit. I was like, it's just not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But this girl, Katie Joy, without a crystal ball, she doesn't strike me as someone who's very
Katie
well
Joy.
paid. And so,
wait, we know that name, don't we? Katie, who's Katie? I still don't know who that is. Katie Joy, don't we know that? Isn't that like is that a bad person? I don't know. I still don't know who that is. Remember.
When you're suing someone like that for defamation, it's literally just to ruin their life.
Yeah, but it's so pointless if you don't own property. I mean, literally, what are they going to do? You know, they don't even garner wages, because I sued somebody once and won, and he had kind of money, but like I still haven't gotten paid from it. And like,
really?
and basically they don't even like his wages. They don't even like, what is that called? Garnered them or whatever.
Garnered,
like he's getting income and he still hasn't paid me.
One of my commenters, shout out to you. You said, wow, this is so weird now that he's going after Frogan and everybody. That's what Ethan's doing. That's what Trisha does. You know, they sue people. They all do sue people. They're sue happy, bro. And I get it sometimes if it's necessary, but at the end of the day, like, these are multi-million-dollar people living in their mansions, suing people with no income. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, so Ethan's doing that now to Frogan, and for what? For what? What? And now Ethan's pro ContraPoints. Contra, wake up. If Ethan is on your side, you're probably wrong. I remember, what was I doing one time? I made a statement about somebody, and somebody I didn't like was like, yeah, Brady. I was like, shut up. I'm not on your side either. Who was it? The problem is that I do tell people to fuck off. If I see a bad person, be like, I agree with Brittany, fuck off. But Ethan doesn't do that. He's like, yeah, Contra's not doing that. He's like, yeah. Who was it? I don't remember. Like, fuck off. I don't want you on my side either. If the worst people are on your side, it's probably not good. But this is the thing with everybody. Hold on. Do I have any? I have High School with Money, bro. High School with Money.
We've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up in campaign.
This is actually a video of Ethan and Hassan, actually.
For me. I think I would have won.
I'm just kidding.
Susie
this is a video of Contra and her fans, actually.
I'd say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway.
Elon Musk and Donald Trump's unlikely bromance appears to have come to an end, with the pair entering a bitter
So
feud on
stupid,
social
bro.
media.
Well, look, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words
Ethan interviewed Contra one time, so they're about to be best friends.
he had for me.
The US president told reporters in the Oval Office he was very disappointed in the billionaire, who has repeatedly criticised his big, beautiful bill.
And, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and, which was a lot of money for. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship.
Great
I don't know
relationship.
if we're well anymore. I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. Musk has hit back on social media, accusing Mr. Trump of showing ingratitude. As tensions continued to escalate, Trump took to his Truth social platform to take a swipe at the former Doge head. Such an obvious lie. So sad. Mr. Musk hit back on X.
And he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill.
Oh, brother. Do you get what I'm saying? So I know it's just happening on the internet and people are like, touch grass. This is the grass. Trump is our reality. It's not that far off from YouTube. And all of it expands out. So this is why I have a belief, and this is why I believe in like the bubbles and the levels concept so much. And again, it's talk to me when I'm 50 and I'll tell you where I am with that. I think it's going to be better then. But, oh my God, I'm going to sneeze. Hello. But, okay. So the way I came to this conclusion was because of my own family. So I had this family dynamic in my family. And this was my family compared to the whole world. And here was my family, and we were having a fight in the family. There was a dispute in the family, okay? I was outed. It was a whole thing. My cousin said this. I said this. Everybody said this. It was like a whole thing. The family has some turbulent years. Everyone doesn't know what to do. Everyone's confused. Everything's a mess, blah, blah, blah. My father and his brothers, they're kind of in conflict. They have a business together, but it's in conflict. You know how it is when you have a family business. And eventually they split off from each other. My dad bought them out. They moved on, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I hope everybody's happy. I love my family, but they're messy. The dad side of the family, it's always the dad side of the family. You know what I'm saying? And I thought to myself, how can siblings fight like this? Okay. And I look at my siblings and I talk to 8 out of my 9. Well, that's a good question. I talk to a majority of my siblings. Let's not be too specific. I talk to a majority of my siblings. Okay. The ones we're not talking to right now, it's because they did bad things and they got to make amends. Okay. But the rest of them, we're chilling. We're working on stuff actively. Okay. And we tell ourselves all the time, we don't want to be like our parents with their siblings. We want to make sure we maintain a relationship. But you ever at a get together and you hear your parents talk and you realize like, oh, my family has problems. Oh, my family is actually kind of dysfunctional. Oh, I thought we were like a normal family. We're not normal, but nobody is. Everybody has dysfunction in their relationships and dynamics. And I realized my little family dynamic and their dysfunction was a reflection of the rest of the world. That none of us are different, no matter how much we zoom out. We're all still humans on the planet, and we are kind of fucked up. I've been watching MasterChef, and I feel so bad watching them kill lobsters and crabs. I just feel devastated. And every time they come on, I go, oh, and my partner goes, pause, yellow, do we need to stop watching this show? And I said, no, I can handle it. Go ahead. And he's just like, is this really happening right now? I was like, oh. I've never been that person. I'm always like, oh. I've never been that person, but I've been plant-based now for how long? I don't even know. And just made an amazing curry. I'm not going to play. It was good. But I feel bad. And they sit there, they put the lobster and then they chop its head in. I'm like, oh. Or they sit there and they go, oh, this is their ear. The girl served a pig ear. You know how many pig ears I've eaten? Actually, quite a few. I've eaten every part of an animal, guys. Even the balls. I've eaten every part of an animal. And now I see an animal, I'm like, oh, okay, but do we have to? Oh, and I'm not even judging. Okay, I'm not even really trying to judge other people for doing it. But as I get more introspective in my mind, more deconstruction, as the more I go through life, I'm like, yeah, this is so unnecessary. Like, this is so unnecessary. Why are we doing this? And I'm just trying to harm reduce. I'm not trying to be perfect. So when I see my family, I'm not trying to like heal my family. I'm trying to radically accept that they are unhealed. So I can radically accept the whole world is unhealed. I think we give ourselves this illusion where like, well, some of our families are healthy. Not unless they've done the work. Not unless they've done the work, girl. And then I realized, oh, the world isn't healthy. And now we're all running governments and becoming famous YouTubers who are supposed to be the good people. And we're fighting civil wars and genocides are happening. And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. Like somebody's family member is in charge of the nuclear codes. Imagine somebody in your family is in charge of the nuclear codes, and that's what's happening. Somebody in your family is like, we should genocide those people. Like someone in your family is like, oh, look at this video I saw on the internet, and I just thought men are a mess. Look at this video I saw on the internet. P.S. Trigger warning. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's a thief wound up in a village. Okay, it's pretty bad. A thief wound up in a village, and the villagers were mad. The people in this town were mad because the cops weren't doing anything about it, according to the captions. And so they took it into their own hands, and they took the thief and they tied him to a wooden stake and they whipped him. Okay? How about like no? You feel me? How about fuck no? How about, hi, are you guys all crazy? But that's the thing. Humans are kind of fucking crazy. So trigger warning. Okay, I'm going to show you the image. Trigger warning. Do you see it? Okay, now I'm going to... Oh no, come back. Please come back. Please come back. The stream is going well. Please come back. Please come back. Please come back. Are we back? We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. Oh my God, girl. The stream was like, don't show them this. Okay, fine. Listen, I'll just show you the image, okay? This image is... My bad. How bad is this image, bro? How bad is this image? Do you know what I mean? How is this reasonable? And the comment section's crazy, bro. The comment sections are like, that's what he gets. That's what he deserves. That's how it's supposed to be. That's blah, 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 blah. Yo. You know what I'm saying? This cannot be the answer. I refuse to engage in a reality where violence is the answer. Now, violence sometimes is necessary, which is different than saying it's the answer. And I think this is the philosopher in me. This is the Tao Te Ching in me, where I say, for every victory you accomplish in a war, you should be mourning the enemies you felt you needed to murder. Okay? You should be devastated to be put in a position where you have to kill innocent people because, quote, you need to win a war. You know, there's just no justification in thinking violence is the answer, so much as I can't believe we've gotten to the point where the only option I have is violence. These are different mindsets, right? Chat says, do you ever move forward and backwards with radical acceptance, or do you reach radical acceptance and just continue? That's a great question. I think what happens, what I like to think happens, is you cross that threshold. So you know how we have a little chart we do for healthiness? Same with radical acceptance. Acceptance. Radical acceptance. Okay. So you have regular acceptance, which I think a lot of people have. I actually asked my dad one time, I said, hey, when you were living in Iraq, and you saw people like murdered in front of you, and you saw your family members get snatched up, and you saw people die, like, how did that not fuck you up? And he said, it's just life. That's what happens. God put us on the planet, and we suffer because of sin, and sometimes bad things happen, but you have to believe in God and keep going. And I said, yeah, but what about everybody else? Like, you know, for a family that's pretty dysfunctional, we're not that dysfunctional. We're actually pretty functional. We're pretty successful. We're educated. We're pretty good to each other. There's a lot of shit in my family, but we all kind of are good. Like, you know, not great, but we're pretty good. And he said it's like a form of acceptance that they experience that I think saves them, right? That kind of saves them from losing themselves to life, right? So I think sometimes there's an acceptance that does exist with people that I think, you know, is good. Chat says, what's the difference between accepting and jading yourself? That's a good question. Well, okay, hold on. No. Hold on. I'm not good enough at paint to know what I'm doing here. Okay, hold on. Oh. Well, hello? Okay, no. Brittany doesn't know what she's doing. Okay, I got this. I got this. Woo. Ooh, oh my God, I was stressed. That was really stressing me out. I need you to know that. Okay. So what I would say is, let's build this chart instead. Hold on. So, acceptance, radical acceptance, and faux acceptance. So like cynicism and cynical people. So there's like the jaded people in the world are like, ugh, life sucks and everybody sucks and no one's good and no one will ever be good. And everyone just, I'm the most realist. I'm a realist. I just accept life for the shithole it is. Okay, these people have faux acceptance. They're like, they think it's real, but it's not. Okay, and then there's the people that are like, that's not clear enough. There are people who are like, yeah, I mean, life is hard. It is what it is. We're going to make the best of it. We're going to keep fighting for our people, for our God, for our culture, for our religion, and we're not going to give up. And then, but it comes with attachment. There's an attachment to an outcome. Versus radical acceptance has no attachment to outcome. What is will be. What is will be. Okay? There's no attachment to outcome, which means when we do things, when we radically accept and we do things, it's with the lack of attachment, but not the lack of rejection from attachment because we're jaded. So jaded people, barely try because they're like, why be attached to anything? People who accept attach themselves to outcome. And then people who radically accept know that we're simply just existing and being, right? So I fight for injustice. Against injustice. I fight for liberation with no attachment to outcome. I just want to do the right thing. I am not going to be discouraged because the right thing didn't happen. I accept the right thing probably won't happen because people aren't doing the right things. But how can I expect the world to do the right thing if I'm not doing the right thing? So first I do the right thing, and then I show up in the world and I hope people follow suit, right? Yeah, exactly. Chat says jaded people are in denial of their attachments. Jaded people are very attached. They're very attached, but they pretend they're not. I don't care what happens. Ugh, I don't even care. You care, bro. You care. Okay? And acceptance people go, yeah, I care. And I accept that I care and I'm going to make an effort. But maybe they get discouraged, which is fair. And then radical acceptance is about starting off on a point. So going back to the question, do you ever go back and forth? Here's how my brain works. My brain goes, okay, we have radically accepted. I've already gone over this threshold. I'm already here, okay? Do I have emotional, reasonable reactions when I see the state of the world? Yes. Do I ever have them because I'm attached? I don't think so, but I'm sure I could introspect to make sure. And then I'm never jaded or cynical. So when I cry over Palestinian lives, I'm not just crying for Palestinian lives. I'm crying for everybody involved who in any way is justifying and telling themselves that this is what they have to do. I'm crying for the state of humanity. I've been this way since I was a kid, but I am devastated at the state of humanity. And radical acceptance helped me not lose myself to the reality that this is life. These are humans. This is what we do. And we're not going to do any different until we can. And so we must try so we can. We must try so we can. And it's my job not to go back to the state of being I was pre-therapy, where I would like lose myself to outside. My mom said I would read newspaper stories about strangers and cry like I knew them. Yeah, I still do that. I just went to therapy and she told me, you're not going to save the world. And I said, but I feel like I've been told I should. And she goes, yeah, you're not going to save the world. You're going to save yourself. And then you're going to save others because you have the energy to save others now. But you're not going to save them either. You're going to help them the same way I'm helping you. Like, I can't guarantee an outcome, right? Like, I can't guarantee an outcome. You can't go to therapy and guarantee an outcome, but it definitely helps with the probability of it working. I cannot, expect difference out of, I can't expect different out of people any more than I can expect different out of myself. You know what I'm saying? And that's the point. I stopped expecting people to be better when I knew for fuck sure I wasn't. And then even as I got better, I accepted that other people can't get there until they're ready, in the same way I couldn't get there until I was ready. That's it. People can't be better until they're ready, and people hardly are ever ready. What's happening with Contra? Why is she doing this? Why is Ethan doing this? Why is J.K. Rowling doing this? Why? And that's why I say, as you deconstruct and get more introspective, you will be more progressive. Not politically, philosophically, not politically. Politics is a trap. Fuck politics. Philosophically, you will 100% become more progressive. Because as you become more healed, you will become less bigoted. You will care far less about the wrong things and care a lot more about the right things. You will not be jealous that somebody got their rent paid for, or their housing taken care of, or their medical bills paid for just because you didn't get yours paid for. You will celebrate that the world got better enough that new generations don't have to worry about housing or clothing or feeding themselves or their medical care. As you heal, you will celebrate the youth actually having a better life. But until you're healed, you'll feel resentful, right? That why should they have to do that when I didn't have to do it? Why should they have to, But that was kind of the point, Now, hold on. Let me tell you this, chatter, because you said, thank you, Britt. I feel like I move back and forth between acceptance and radical acceptance based on my environment and overall mental health. I will say part of it is giving myself space to feel. Yes, it is. Not only does my partner constantly give me lots of amazing hugs, and not only do I have friends and family I can reach out to prior to being partnered that I could say, girl, I just read the news that I can't. Let's cry it out. Please, can we talk about it? Not only do I build a community that allows me to be sad about sad things, but it doesn't hold it against us. I want to hold your sadness against you. That's why the Destiny bubble was so weird to me, because they kept holding my sadness against me. I would be sad for a rape victim, and they'd say, this is Brittany's projection because she was raped. She's like upset for this person. Am I not allowed to be sad over rape? We are so desensitized that when we show oh my God, when we show tears and emotions over people's abuse, they're like, ugh, ugh, ugh. And I'm like, oh, this is not a safe space. You guys are not safe. You should be able to be sad over people's tragedy, right? But now, I think we mistake having a feeling about something as, quote, having an attachment. But I do think these are different things. So make sure you feel your feelings and make sure you meditate, because without meditation, I think I'd be worse off. Right? I think it would just be, yeah. Wait, was there a question here? Chet says, I would love a video about how to find a good therapist because most I've talked to are 2s. I mean, my therapist was a 2 probably. I mean, I don't know. I didn't have the level system back then, but I didn't need to know anything about my therapist for her to be good at her job. I think Dr. Kirkonda's probably a 2, but he's great, right? I don't know anything about him though, but he's fabulous. He'd be a great therapist. I don't think a good therapist has to be a 5. I think a good therapist has to be good at their job. A good doctor doesn't have to be a 5. They have to be good at their job. A good engineer doesn't have to be a good, they just have to be good at their job. I was lucky. Now, I emailed over 70 therapists, and honestly, I was lucky I got into her office that day. I had no hand in directly finding my therapist, except I emailed 20 people, right? That's it. My insurance put me through to her, and I showed up in her office, and boom, she was just really good at her job. That's it. Now, I don't know anything about her, though. I don't know anything about her personal life. Don't know anything about her own opinions about anything. But she was really good at her job. Chet says, this is so interesting because I always assumed that a good therapist would be incredibly introspective. 2s can be very introspective. Because that's like twos can be very, very, very introspective. That's why I say some of the smartest people I know are twos. Some of the most introspective people I know are twos. They're just not introspecting between themselves and the universe. They're introspecting in relation to the bubble. Right? Like being a 5 doesn't mean you even have the wisdom to brag, right? I feel like I'm a very unwise person. But 5-ness is introspecting between you and extrospecting between the universe. The levels, the 5s they are technically like the most introspective, but they're not the most introspective in terms of wisdom. Dr. Kirkhanda is so much more wise than I am. He's so much more wise than I am, right? I am earning my wisdom, right? Like, I am not a wise person. Like, he's so much wiser than I am. But I, on my level system, I don't know him, I have introspected in relation to myself and the universe. Most people don't do that. Most people, like Contra, her whole universe is this one bubble. She's not even thinking about the universe. She's not even thinking about it. She's only thinking about this. And most leftists are only thinking about this. That's why sometimes in stream, you'll hear me say, you exist outside of politics. And after I explain it, you get it. But most people don't get it because they think their whole life is dictated by politics because they live in political systems. What I mean to say is you as a consciousness exist. And then there are political systems. You first, then the politics. But the world convinces you politics first, then you. Which is why people brag about their little tribalism of, like a lifelong Republican. Like, this isn't a brag, bro. Chet says, what's your zodiac sign? Taurus, baby. Chet says, would you ever consider a video on how 5s get along with 2s? Could radical acceptance help? I've been working on the acceptance part, and I too feel heaviness for the world often. I think that really has less to do with introspection on the levels scale and more about introspection in relation to just the self. So I don't think you have to be a 5 to have a good relationship with other people. You have to have a good relationship with yourself so you can have a good relationship with people. But that doesn't mean other people won't trigger the fuck out of you because they're fucking bigoted, bro. Trust me when I say this. Like, my partner always says, like, you handle your parents better than I see you handle random comments on the internet. And I was like, well, I've done a lot of work with my parents. I get triggered less by them than like being misunderstood because of my sentence structure on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, I get more upset that somebody misunderstood me because I worded it wrong than my mom being like, gay people are going to hell. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm over it. Listen, this person thought I said ought when I meant thee and should. And like, what is the meaning? And then I like panic. You know what I mean? That's just me being a person. But 5-ness, 2-ness, introspection is an active participation in the moment. 2s actively deny themselves an ability to think outside of the bubble. 5s recognize and practice, and in the moment, we all live in perceptual bubbles, which is fine. We're all having a perception. But what is the meaning of this perception in this context? Okay? Chess says, doesn't a 5 mean you have a good relationship with yourself? Yes. It means you have a good relationship with your standing in the universe. Yes. Yes, it does mean that. Yes, it does mean that. Mm-hmm. Chat says, would you say a good relationship with self is required for a level 5? Yes. Discord just asked me. YouTube chat just said this. Yes. But that doesn't mean it won't be without trouble because look, guys, like, we're humans. 5-ness is an opportunity to start a new journey with the self. So you're going through you're going through the journey. Okay. You get to 5. Let's say you get to 5. Okay. The journey continues. The 5 just allows you to open the door to the next step. So maybe it's actually better like this. Maybe it's actually better like this. You're going through the journey. You're going through the journey. You're going through the journey. And then 5 allows you just to open the door into the next part of the journey. But most people don't need it. You know? It's like most people are here and they're doing pretty okay. And they just kind of live their life, and then they die. And that's okay. Like, I think the idea is not to be a 5. The idea is to be either 2 who has a healthy relationship with themselves or a 5 who has a healthy relationship with themselves. But you can be a 2 and have a very good relationship with yourself. Okay? You can be a very healthy 2. 100%. You can be great and introspective and kind and never think about the universe. That's why I used Avatar: The Last Airbender as an example. Zuko eventually has an amazing relationship with himself. Never needed to be a 5. Never needed to ask himself, who is he in relation to the universe? But Uncle Iroh was like, I leave this world for the next. Zuko, I leave this world. He's like, bye, bitch. Uncle Iroh was like, and he was like, I'm going to go find the next goal. And Zuko just didn't need to. You can be a perfectly happy, wonderful person as a 2. You know, and you can radically accept as a 2. I think you can radically accept as a 2. I think it will just be in relation. It will be limited, but it won't be a bad kind of limited. Because, you know, radical acceptance is just about accepting the world for what it is and not feeling better than it, but feeling a part of it. Because one of the parts about radical acceptance that I think is important is you don't feel better than other people. You feel aware that you're a part of the world. Like, we are just really just people on a planet figuring it out. Just as though, why did Iroh have a different, why did Iroh have to be different than Zuko to be at peace? A difference in personality? Yeah, so that's why I say not everyone's meant to be a 5. That's why I don't make a prescription. So when people are like, do you think people should be 5s? No. No. I think people should be joyful. Iroh couldn't find his joy without continuing his journey. Prince Zuko could find his joy with just being what he was. Because remember, Iroh leaves the Earth for the spirit world in Korra. He's in the spirit world. He lives there. Right? That's the thing. Chaz says being a 2 sounds like stagnation, but that's the part that bothers me, I think. It's definitely not. Being a 2 is a form of stagnation. Yes. But it doesn't have to be a bad form of stagnation. So, okay, being a 2 is a form of stagnation. But it doesn't have to be the bad kind. You know what I mean? Because you can become more introspective within your lived experience within the bubble, right? It's just, it's about finding peace and joy within yourself. But the stagnation is only true if it interrupts your joy. So I don't, because this is very tricky, right? Because I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea. Because, yeah, okay, fine. Ideally, nope. See, that's a prescription. I hold no attachments. To want the world to be 5s is an attachment. So to say that you must be a 5 is an attachment. Would an ideal world look like 5s? It wouldn't ever be 5s because you would have babies and those are 2s, right? Like, you can't have a universe of 5s because 5s have babies, and babies deserve to go on their own journey and figure out their own issues and rebel and, you know, go through a bigotry phase because humans are going to human, and then get out of it because you can't raise your kids perfectly and they all have the right to be bigots if they want to, and then you have the right to not talk to them if you want to. You can't force someone not to be bigoted. You can only encourage them not to be. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, if you compare 2 to 5, it's considered stagnant, but if you compare 2 to joy, it's not. And to want to be a 5 is a form of attachment I want you to let go of. You know? Chad says, I think we always end up thinking hierarchical because the levels, which being hierarchical is the ego, when the reality it's more like a spectrum, for sure. You know? Chad says, is it a form of stagnation or a part of 2-ness stagnant? I think the dilemma is, like, since you can always deconstruct, anytime you stop deconstructing, you're stagnant. By definition, if you stop deconstructing, you're stagnant. So you can be a 5 who becomes stagnant. This is my theory. I have a theory that 5s who appear more like 2s eventually became stagnant in their introspection and deconstruction and ended up not going back to 2 exactly, but kind of getting rusty, dusty, if you will, like a book on a shelf at a library. You got dusty. Why'd you get so dusty? But they don't have to go back to all the way back to 2. You just got to wipe off the dust. But if you become stagnant as a 5, you end up embodying 2 appearances, which now to everyone looks like a 2, but you're not really a 2, but maybe you're dusty. You know? Yeah, the world caught up with them, or they didn't do their work, or something like that. Chet says, if you're a 2, does that mean you have stopped or are not deconstructing? Well, you can just, great question. Check this out. Pain. Okay, so how do I do this? 5s are here, and the unknown is, you know, right? 2s are here. Hold on, I got to think of how to chart this. Okay. No. I got it. 2s are no. 2s are here. Did I get it? Okay. So you can deconstruct forever as a 2, but still not go in the direction of a 5. Okay, because you can spend your whole life deconstructing your childhood and never get to the end of it by the time you die. So you won't have time to get to 5. You can spend your time deconstructing like political bubbles, right? And never deconstruct in the direction of a 5. So think of the levels as a direction, maybe, right? Because it's definitely not a hierarchy. Think of it as a direction. And then the 2s direct themselves in a direction that keeps them away from 5. That's why political bubbles are a trap, because you can deconstruct all day and never actually be at peace with yourself. You know? Chet says, are there some 5s that sacrifice 5hood to support the growth of 2s, like people who are wise teachers, but end up becoming administrations for school because their community grows? Well, I think you can be a 5 and a community member. You know? Like, I think you could become 5 and a community member, right? I don't think your job determines your levels, like chat says. Yeah, I don't think your job ever determines your level, except, I highly doubt a 5 would be an assassin, a mercenary, a genocidal maniac, a rapist, a gang member that kills people and innocent people. I highly doubt a 5 would engage in any job that requires them to treat people in an entitled fashion. So I do think their job can be questionable, not always, but I do think there are just certain jobs that would make sense for a 5 to do. You know, a lawyer, a cop, you know what I'm just saying? Maybe, I don't know. I have a theory that maybe 5s could be unethical, but I don't think so. I think the 5 that I'm thinking of, the way I think of 5ness, is a framework of deep understanding. And if you understand as deeply as I'm saying, how could you ever want to hurt anybody? Unless you were purely in a self-defense situation. How could you even think about hurting anybody? Why would it even come into your brain unless you're in a biological compromised situation, like you're having a stroke or you have dementia or you feel threatened, right? Like, why would you ever want to hurt somebody? It just doesn't make sense to me, you know? Oh, Chad said, not saying the job equal level, just saying that the pressure of some jobs make 5hood harder than others. Yeah, for sure. I think that's, yeah, like the examples I gave, right? I think so, right? If you were a cop, I don't even know how you would be a 5. Like, being a 5 and a cop sounds so weird, you know? Chad says, having trouble finding an anchor bubble, more 3 or 4, because I feel like that's me. I would say 3 with a possibility of heading into 4ness. I would say if you're having a trouble picking a bubble and really finding your place in the universe, you're probably more 3. And you gotta either hit the 4ness or pick a bubble. But if you're having trouble picking a bubble, that was my 3 experience. I really, really struggled to know my place. Where do I belong? Right? I have all these friends and family and great people, and I'm working and I'm vibing, but like, I'm also like going kind of crazy and I'm confused and like, I don't know where I belong. And even after therapy, I was like, where do I belong? And then boom, 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 boom. Because even after therapy, I was a 3. After therapy, I was like a 2-3. No, I was a 2. After therapy, I was a 2. Then when I went on my road trip, I hit 3. And then I went on my second road trip and I hit 4. My road trips were really important for me because I was isolated from everybody else and I could think. I could turn off the world and I could think. And I could think, okay, who are you, Brittany? Who are you and what do you believe? And I was like, man, I'm kind of like, I want to be a really good person. I want to be nice. I want to be kind. I don't want to hurt people. You know, I want to stand up for people and injustice. And sometimes I get a little mean when I do it, but like, I'm really trying to fight for people and fight for myself, you know? Chat says, isn't the 5 trajectory of dissatisfaction and an ability to fit in life as a 2? So very introspective person satisfied with being a 2 would likely want to move to 5. Great question. Well, I think the requirement of 5 is curiosity. So, if I thought about it this way, and this could be wrong, of course, but this is how I'm thinking about it. Okay. So your curiosity and your introspection, okay, right? These are going to dictate where you end up going because, you know, maybe you keep introspecting very deeply, you know, goes on this whole thing, but your curiosity levels stay about the same. But if you're curious as you introspect to want to know more than just anything in relation to your life, what about the universe? Because remember, the levels is in relation, guys, it's in relation to you. Hold on. Hello. It's in relation to you. Okay. Your relationship with you and your relationship to the universe. Okay. Or a better way is you. Okay. And the universe. Most people know who they are in relation to other bubbles, other people. Okay. So we all live in bubbles. We all have perceptions. We all have communities, but none of these bubbles have to ever ask themselves, hey, what about the universe? Even people who are obsessed with space and the universe, they're not introspecting. Neil deGrasse Tyson, not introspective, stagnant, 2 with a huge ego. Neil deGrasse Tyson, no humility. Neil deGrasse Tyson, if there's 4, there's more. Okay? Not so interested in the universe and not in any way being introspective or extrospective about it. That man has never asked himself a truly profound question, but he thinks he's so profound, and people think he's so profound. He is, at most, egotistical and knowledgeable about space. Okay, fine. You know? Chet says, perhaps a 5 wouldn't struggle around 2s. No. Chet says, I don't know if I'm weaving into 5 like I thought, but damn well struggle around 2s. Struggle! They're fucking annoying. But you know, it's not because they're 2s. It's because they're people. That's what it is. It's not because they're 2s. It's because they're people. You're not annoying because you're a 2. You're annoying because you're a person. Okay? That's it, girl. They're not annoying because of their introspection level. They're annoying because of them. Let them be annoying, girl. Fuck their introspection level. You're just fucking annoying. Okay? Let people be annoying. Call them annoying. And you don't gotta find a reason about their introspection. You can just be like, I don't vibe with you. And that's gotta be okay, you know? And that's what I think it is. I think, that's what it is. You know, it's because people will say things like, if you're so introspective, why do you get angry at injustice? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry that I have a hobby and feelings. You know what I mean? Like, well, I'm not supposed to be angry at injustice. I'm not here to remove myself from my humanity. I want to dive deeper into my humanity. 5ness is diving deeper into your humanity, but not getting lost in the heaviness and the weight of it. Because your humanity is a biological experience. You fucking evolved animal on the planet. You are not special. God did not put you here. You simply exist. And I want to have a deeper experience with that reality instead of denying it and whatever else. Look, if God exists, she better knock at my door and tell me. But she too would be explained by the whatever rules of the universe. See, if God is real, she exists within the rules of the universe. Not the universe in the way that we think of it, but like in existence itself. because God would be a part of humanity then. Okay, we are working to dive deeper into our humanity. That's it. Which makes you less violent, which honestly is why I'm plant-based right now. The deeper I dive into my humanity, the less and less interested I am in eating animals. Not to say that's a requirement, but once I hit 5, now the requirement or the opportunities were endless. This is just where I am in the journey. Who knows where I'll be? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The more I move into my humanity, I tend to, now it's moving out of just humans alone, right? But that doesn't mean I can't see a situation in which eating animals makes perfect sense in the same way that I can understand the situation where anything makes sense, right? You know? Chess says, what are the rules for the universe? Is it our humanity? What are the rules of the universe? I don't think we know that. If you're asking like an actual, like I don't think we know that. I don't think humans have access to knowing anything about it. You know what I mean? I think that's the problem. We think we know everything and we know nothing. You know? Chess says, what about the laws of physics? Well, that's one human explanation for the universe, but I think the universe is more than just our perception of understanding it, right? Chat says, you mentioned the rules of the universe. Okay, so when I say the rules of the universe, let's draw. Okay. The universe, I think of as everything outside of our perception. So here's our perception, and here's the universe. It's endless and unknowable, and we are just in it. We are part of the universe. Here, can you see us? Where are we? Okay, we're here. But we're not the only things that exist in the universe. We're literally exactly like you imagine we're a planet floating in space, but literally. You know what? Like literally. I mean, guys, I do not take for granted the fact that I exist. But I'm also not attached to it either. Because it simply is, of course I exist. I just do. In the same way a dog doesn't spend time thinking if he exists, or a rock doesn't spend time thinking he exists, I'm now just spending time accepting that I do. And then that within itself is quite interesting. And then whatever is, will be. Whatever is, will be. So like, I think people know in some capacity that we live in bubbles, but they think that they don't, but we all do. That's the part of humility, right? And then we know we live in a universe and we're a floating rock in space, but yet we don't really live like we know that. And that's why we're committing a genocide. We're committing a genocide. For fucking what? For what? For what? What is so fucking important that you have to justify killing people right now in this state of mind? And that's the thing is like, people say it, oh yeah, we're in a rock in space. We're actually just floating in a rock in space. But then they don't actually, their life doesn't follow that reality. Now I understand we can't always follow through with what we believe about the universe because we live in a society. We live in a world of unhealed people figuring it out. And that's the part of the radical acceptance I want to get you to. You have to radically accept that even though we know it's true, we're floating on a rock in space. We're not living like it's true, and we probably never will, at least not in our lifetime. And that's what I need you to accept, because that's the hard part. Like realizing like, oh, wait, like, no, really, we're just floating in space. Not like in a, twos do this all the time where twos are like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, no, you don't know. You don't know. You're not acting like you know. Nothing in the way you talk or the conversations we have. That's why I say I might not know if you're a 5 until we talk deeply and privately, but you're certainly not acting like you know. And I'm saying like, it's one thing to show up at work. Like when I show up at work, I try to assume most people who are watching me are 2s. And then I try to take that into consideration. But obviously I don't pretend that I don't think of the levels in a sense. But that's why I'm very compassionate. I'm like, hey, I get it. You think this is right because you were in this bubble. Like Gen Z being devastated that what's her name said build a wall. That, they're right. That should never have been a reality. That should never have been tweeted, right? Gen Z is right. But that's how, in some ways, how good their life is. Like in some ways, the best, most privileged way to be is in a world where you're shocked by bigotry. And that's the goal. The goal in many ways is to raise kids without bigotry. So when they're mortified that a 19-year-old said build the wall. How beautiful is that, bro? And I want that. I would love to see a world where we raise kids without bigotry. But we're not there, and we're not going to be there in the next 1,000 years. So we do the work now for the kids and for the future generations. Because I am the adult in the room, and I'm not ready. I'm training. Give me a second. But yes, I'm going to be 40, and eventually I'm going to need to be able to be the adult in the room when middle schoolers see me and high schoolers see me and college kids see me. And that's why I think I'm annoyed with all these people being like, oh yeah, I date 19-year-olds. Bro, leave the kids alone. Can we please be the adults in the room? When are we going to do it? Please let me be old at 60. Please let me be old at 50. Let me be the adult in the room. Let me be somebody who knows my place so I can help people and we can help each other. But we're so afraid. And I think it's because you're getting closer to death. But I don't have an attachment to death. And so I don't worry about it. It will come when it comes. I'm not afraid of dying because I already know it's coming. I've already mourned, I, have a right to feel sad when people I love die, but I'm not afraid they'll die. I already know they will be. I already know they will die. And so now I can do so much more now that I've accepted that. So that's the hard part. How do we get Americans, especially, how do we get Americans on board to accept that they will die? Here we have that guy. I watched the documentary. It was so boring. Brian Johnson being obsessed with not dying. We're so obsessed. I want you to die with dignity. I want you to die well. Americans were so afraid of death, So I want to get people to that point, Chat says, does fiveness come with a detachment from death? No, it comes with an acceptance. As does twos. Twos, my family, really good with death. My family is twos, and they're very good with death. That's why I'm good with death. We had death in our houses all the time. You know how many of my friends have died? You know how many high school friends have died? You know how many young people have died? If someone is not dying, because when you have community and you have hundreds of people in your life, someone's always dying. That's how I know you have a good community. You're always at a funeral. You must have a lot of people in your life because there's always somebody dying. What a blessing. What a blessing to always have somebody dying. To always know somebody who's leaving, And so I think my family gave me an opportunity to be grateful for such a large community. And so we learned to accept the loss of them, Yeah. My siblings and I talk about this all the time. I say, hey, there's going to be the first one of us to go and the last one of us who's going to be the first and last. And we talk about it. And we're like, hey, do I have to come to your funeral? I'm like, look, you can come to my funeral or not come to my funeral because I'm going to be dead. But they're for you. They're for the living. So if you want to die or if I'm going to die and you're not going to be there, I'm not going to sweat it out. And they're like, okay, because I might not be able to go. And I was like, that's fine. But you have to decide why, what that means. Like my partner and I always say, if somebody in my family dies, I have to be able to put it in the budget so I can go see them. Because I'd really like to see my family members before they die. So same idea is this is a long journey. And I need you to radically accept that so you can radically accept ContraPoints. I accept her for exactly where she is on her journey. And I ain't waiting until she figures it out, girl. So here we are. We're all on this journey, okay? And Contra was with us for a bit and she stopped here, okay? Ethan was on this journey and he stopped here, okay? Destiny was on this journey and he stopped here, okay? The rest of us, though, we got to keep going. Love you. Good luck, bitch. Good luck, bitch. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Let them go. Because if you wait around for them to catch up, you're never going to make any difference in the world. You're never going to make a difference. Okay? Chet says, I think to come contra with Destiny and Ethan is a little much. First of all, I put her on a higher spectrum. And second of all, she's too pussy to say a genocide is bad. So yeah, she's gonna be over there with Ethan and Destiny. Not Destiny the Predator, Destiny the Israeli marketer, propagandist. Yeah, Contra just sealed her fate as being an Israeli propagandist. That's where she is. So they can all do it together. Free Palestine, period. No buts needed. No buts needed. Okay? That's it. Okay. All right, girls, I think we did it. Yeah? Thank you for being here. I hope you have the most fabulous weekend. Okay? Fabulous weekend. Okay? Chat said ContraPoints and Ethan are annoying but relatively easy to accept compared to rapists and murderers for me. Sure, except if you promote and support a genocide, you know what I mean? Like, you might not be doing the killing directly, and that's good, but I mean, you know what I mean? You might not be lynching, gay people in your town, but maybe you're lenient on crime. You know what I mean? Like, it's a spectrum, guys. And she's on the other side of it. She's not committing the genocide. She's certainly not doing enough work to make it clear she's against it, though. Do you know what I mean? That's it. Okay, that's it. I wish her the best, though. Good luck. Everybody go to therapy. I will see you guys Monday. Okay, bye. Dun, dun, da, 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 dun, 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 dun. All right, thank you for being here. Like the stream. Bye.